The third part of Chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The third part of Chapter 29, Continental. After dinner she wanted to go out for a minute to look at the world. The company tried to dissuade her, it was so terribly cold. But just to look, she said. They all four wrapped up warmly, and found themselves in a vague, unsubstantial outdoors of dim snow and ghosts of an upper world that made strange shadows before the stars. It was indeed cold, bruisingly, frighteningly, unnaturally cold. Ursula could not believe the air in her nostrils. It seemed conscious, malevolent, purposive in its intense, murderous coldness. Yet it was wonderful, an intoxication, a silence of dim, unrealised snow, of the invisible intervening between her and the visible, between her and the flashing stars. She could see Orion sloping up. How wonderful he was, wonderful enough to make one cry aloud. And all around was this cradle of snow, and there was firm snow underfoot that struck with heavy cold through her boot soles. It was night and silence. She imagined she could hear the stars. She imagined distinctly she could hear the celestial musical motion of the stars quite near at hand. She seemed like a bird flying amongst their harmonious motion. And she clung close to Birkin. Suddenly she realised she did not know what he was thinking. She did not know where he was ranging. "My love," she said, stopping to look at him. His face was pale, his eyes dark. There was a faint spark of starlight on them. And he saw her face soft and upturned to him, very near. He kissed her softly. "What then?" he asked. "Do you love me?" she asked. "Too much," he answered quietly. She clung a little closer. "Not too much," she pleaded. "Far too much," he said, almost sadly. "And does it make you sad that I am everything to you?" she asked, wistful. He held her close to him, kissing her, and saying, scarcely audible, "No, but I feel like a beggar. I feel poor." She was silent, looking at the stars now. Then she kissed him. "Don't be a beggar," she pleaded wistfully. "It isn't ignominious that you love me." "It is ignominious to feel poor, isn't it?" he replied. "Why? Why should it be?" she asked. He only stood still in the terribly cold air that moved invisibly over the mountain tops, folding her round with his arms. "I couldn't bear this cold, eternal place without you," he said. "I couldn't bear it, it would kill the quick of my life." She kissed him again suddenly. "Do you hate it?" she asked, puzzled, wondering. "If I couldn't come near to you, if you weren't here, I should hate it. I couldn't bear it," he answered. "But the people are nice," she said. "I mean the stillness, the cold, the frozen eternality. he said. She wondered. Then her spirit came home to him, nestling unconscious in him. "Yes, it is good we are warm and together," she said. And they turned home again. They saw the golden lights of the hotel glowing out in the night of snow silence, small in the hollow, like a cluster of yellow berries. It seemed like a bunch of sun-sparks, tiny and orange in the midst of the snow darkness. Behind was a high shadow of a peak, blotting out the stars like a ghost. They drew near to their home. They saw a man come from the dark building with a lighted lantern, which swung golden, and made that his dark feet walked in a halo of snow. He was a small, dark figure in the darkened snow. He unlatched the door of an outhouse. A smell of cows, hot, animal, almost like beef, came out on the heavily cold air. There was a glimpse of 2 cattle in their dark stalls, then the door was shut again, and not a chink of light showed. It had reminded Ursula again of home, of the marsh, of her childhood, and of the journey to Brussels, and, strangely, of Anton Skrebensky. Oh God, could one bear it, this past which was gone down the abyss? Could she bear that it ever had been? She looked round this silent upper world of snow and stars and powerful cold. There was another world, like views on a magic lantern, the marsh, Kossithe, Ilkeston, lit up with a common unreal light. There was a shadowy unreal Ursula, a whole shadow play of an unreal life. It was as unreal and circumscribed as a magic lantern show. She wished the slides could all be broken. She wished it could be gone for ever, like a lantern slide which was broken. She wanted to have no past. She wanted to have come down from the slopes of heaven to this place, with Birkin, not to have toiled out of the murk of her childhood and her upbringing, slowly all soiled. She felt that memory was a dirty trick played upon her. What was this decree that she should remember? Why not a bath of pure oblivion, a new birth, without any recollections or blemish of a past life? She was with Birkin. She had just come into life, here in the high snow against the stars. What had she to do with parents and antecedents? She knew herself new and unbegotten. She had no father, no mother, no anterior connections. She was herself, pure and silvery. She belonged only to the oneness with Birkin, a oneness that struck deeper notes, sounding into the heart of the universe, the heart of reality, where she had never existed before. Even Gudrun was a separate unit, separate, having nothing to do with this self, this Ursula, in her new world of reality. That old shadow world, the actuality of the past, oh, let it go! She rose free on the wings of her new condition. Gudrun and Gerald had not come in. They had walked up the valley straight in front of the house, not like Ursula and Birkin, onto the little hill at the right. Gudrun was driven by a strange desire. She wanted to plunge on and on, till she came to the end of the valley of snow. Then she wanted to climb the wall of white finality, climb over into the peaks that sprang up like sharp petals in the heart of the frozen, mysterious navel of the world. She felt that there, over the strange, blind, terrible wall of rocky snow, there in the navel of the mystic world, among the final cluster of peaks, there, in the infolded navel of it all, was her consummation. If she could but come there alone, and pass into the infolded navel of eternal snow, and of uprising immortal peaks of snow and rock, she would be a oneness with all. She would be herself the eternal, infinite silence, the sleeping, timeless, frozen centre of the all. They went back to the house, to the Reunionsaal. She was curious to see what was going on. The men there made her alert, roused her curiosity. It was a new taste of life for her. They were so prostrate before her, yet so full of life. The party was boisterous. They were dancing all together, dancing the Schuhplatteln, the Tyrolese dance of the clapping hands and tossing the partner in the air at the crisis. The Germans were all proficient. They were from Munich chiefly. Gerald also was quite passable. There were 3 zithers twanging away in a corner. It was a scene of great animation and confusion. The Professor was initiating Ursula into the dance, stamping, clapping, and swinging her high, with amazing force and zest. When the crisis came, even Birkin was behaving manfully with one of the Professor's fresh, strong daughters, who was exceedingly happy. Everybody was dancing. There was the most boisterous turmoil. Gudrun looked on with delight. The solid wooden floor resounded to the knocking heels of the men. The air quivered with the clapping hands and the zither music. There was a golden dust about the hanging lamps. Suddenly the dance finished. Loerke and the students rushed out to bring in drinks. There was an excited clamour of voices, a clinking of mug-lids, a great crying of "Prosit! Prosit!" Loerke was everywhere at once, like a gnome, suggesting drinks for the women, making an obscure, slightly risky joke with the men, confusing and mystifying the waiter. He wanted very much to dance with Gudrun. From the first moment he had seen her, he wanted to make a connection with her. Instinctively she felt this, and she waited for him to come up. But a kind of sulkiness kept him away from her, so she thought he disliked her. "Will you Schuhplatteln, gnädige Frau?" said the large, fair youth, Loerke's companion. He was too soft, too humble for Gudrun's taste. But she wanted to dance, and the fair youth, who was called Leitner, was handsome enough in his uneasy, slightly abject fashion, a humility that covered a certain fear. She accepted him as a partner. The zithers sounded out again, the dance began. Gerald led them, laughing, with one of the Professor's daughters. Ursula danced with one of the students, Birkin with the other daughter of the Professor with Frau Kramer, and the rest of the men danced together, with quite as much zest as if they had had women partners. Because Gudrun had danced with the well-built, soft youth, His companion, Loerke, was more pettish and exasperated than ever, and would not even notice her existence in the room. This piqued her, but she made up to herself by dancing with the Professor, who was strong as a mature, well-seasoned bull, and as full of coarse energy. She could not bear him critically, and yet she enjoyed being rushed through the dance, and tossed up into the air on his coarse, powerful impetus. The Professor enjoyed it too. He eyed her with strange, large blue eyes, full of galvanic fire. She hated him for the seasoned, semi-paternal animalism with which he regarded her, but she admired his weight of strength. The room was charged with excitement and strong animal emotion. Loerke was kept away from Gudrun, to whom he wanted to speak, as by a hedge of thorns, and he felt a sardonic, ruthless hatred for this young love-companion, Leitner, who was his penniless dependent. He mocked the youth with an acid ridicule that made Leitner red in the face and impotent with resentment. Gerald, who had now got the dance perfectly, was dancing again with the younger of the Professor's daughters, who was almost dying of virgin excitement, because she thought Gerald so handsome, so superb. He had her in his power, as if she were a palpitating bird, a fluttering, flushing, bewildered creature. And it made him smile, as she shrank convulsively between his hands, violently, when he must throw her into the air. At the end she was so overcome with prostrate love for him, that she could scarcely speak sensibly at all. Birkin was dancing with Ursula. There were odd little fires playing in his eyes. He seemed to have turned into something wicked and flickering, mocking, suggestive, quite impossible. Ursula was frightened of him, and fascinated. Clear before her eyes, as in a vision, she could see the sardonic, licentious mockery of his eyes. He moved towards her with subtle, animal, indifferent approach. The strangeness of his hands, which came quick and cunning, inevitably to the vital place beneath her breasts, and lifting with mocking, suggestive impulse, carried her through the air as if without strength, through black magic, made her swoon with fear. For a moment she revolted. It was horrible. She would break the spell. But before the resolution had formed, she had submitted again, yielded to her fear. He knew all the time what he was doing. She could see it in his smiling, concentrated eyes. It was his responsibility. She would leave it to him. When they were alone in the darkness, she felt the strange licentiousness of him hovering upon her. She was troubled and repelled. Why should he turn like this? "What is it?" she asked in dread. But his face only glistened on her, unknown, horrible. And yet she was fascinated. Her impulse was to repel him violently, break from this spell of mocking brutishness. But she was too fascinated. She wanted to submit. She wanted to know. What would he do to her? He was so attractive and so repulsive at one. The sardonic suggestivity that flickered over his face and looked from his narrowed eyes made her want to hide herself away from him and watch him from somewhere unseen. Why are you like this?" she demanded again, rousing against him with sudden force and animosity. The flickering fires in his eyes concentrated as he looked into her eyes. Then the lids drooped, with a faint motion of satiric contempt. Then they rose again, to the same remorseless suggestivity. And she gave way. He might do as he would. His licentiousness was repulsively attractive. But he was self-responsible. She would see what it was. They might do as they liked. This she realised as she went to sleep. How could anything that gave one satisfaction be excluded? What was degrading? Who cared? Degrading things were real, with a different reality. And he was so unabashed and unrestrained. Wasn't it rather horrible, a man who could be so soulful and spiritual, now to be so— She balked at her own thoughts and memories. Then she added, so bestial. So bestial, they too, so degraded. She winced. But after all, why not? She exulted as well. Why not be bestial and go the whole round of experience? She exulted in it. She was bestial. How good it was to be really shameful. There would be no shameful thing she had not experienced. Yet she was unabashed, she was herself. Why not? She was free when she knew everything, and no dark, shameful things were denied her. Gudrun, who had been watching Gerald in the Reunionsaal, suddenly thought, he should have all the women he can. It is his nature. It is absurd to call him monogamous. He is naturally promiscuous. That is his nature. The thought came to her involuntarily. It shocked her somewhat. It was as if she had seen some new mene upon the wall. Yet it was merely true. A voice seemed to have spoken it to her so clearly that for the moment she believed in inspiration. It is really true, she said to herself again. She knew quite well she had believed it all along. She knew it implicitly. But she must keep it dark, almost from herself. She must keep it completely secret. It was knowledge for her alone, and scarcely even to be admitted to herself. The deep resolve formed in her to combat him. One of them must triumph over the other. Which should it be? Her soul steeled itself with strength. Almost she laughed within herself at her confidence. It woke a certain keen, half-contemptuous pity, tenderness for him. She was so ruthless. Everybody retired early. The Professor and Loerke went into a small lounge to drink. They both watched Gudrun go along the landing by the railing upstairs. "Ein schönes Frauenzimmer," said the Professor. "Ja," asserted Loerke shortly. Gerald walked with his queer, long wolf steps across the bedroom to the window, stooped and looked out, then rose again and turned to Gudrun, his eyes sharp with an abstract smile. He seemed very tall to her. She saw the glisten of his whitish eyebrows that met between his brows. "How do you like it?" he said. He seemed to be laughing inside himself, quite unconsciously. She looked at him. He was a phenomenon to her, not a human being, a sort of creature, greedy. "I like it very much," she replied. "Who do you like best downstairs?" he asked, standing tall and glistening above her, with his glistening stiff hair erect. "Who do I like best?" she repeated, wanting to answer his question and finding it difficult to collect herself. "Why, I don't know. I don't know enough about them yet, to be able to say. Who do you like best?" "Oh, I don't care. I don't like or dislike any of them. It doesn't matter about me. I wanted to know about you." "But why?" she asked, going rather pale. The abstract, unconscious smile in his eyes was intensified. "I wanted to know," he said. She turned aside, breaking the spell. In some strange way she felt he was getting power over her. "Well, I can't tell you already," she said. She went to the mirror to take out the hairpins from her hair. She stood before the mirror every night for some minutes, brushing her fine, dark hair. It was part of the inevitable ritual of her life. He followed her and stood behind her. She was busy with bent head taking out the pins and shaking her warm hair loose. When she looked up, she saw him in the glass standing behind her, watching unconsciously, not consciously seeing her, and yet watching, with fine pupilled eyes that seemed to smile, and which were not really smiling. She started. It took all her courage for her to continue brushing her hair as usual, for her to pretend she was at her ease. She was far, far from being at her ease with him. She beat her brains wildly for something to say to him. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" she asked nonchalantly, whilst her heart was beating so furiously, her eyes were so bright with strange nervousness, she felt he could not but observe. But she knew also that he was completely blind, blind as a wolf looking at her. It was a strange battle between her ordinary consciousness and his uncanny black art consciousness. "I don't know," he replied. "What would you like to do?" He spoke emptily. His mind was sunk away. "Oh," she said with easy protestation, "I'm ready for anything. Anything will be fine for me, I'm sure." And to herself she was saying, "God, why am I so nervous? Why are you so nervous? You fool. If he sees it, I'm done for forever. You know you're done for forever, if he sees the absurd state you're in." And she smiled to herself as if it were all child's play. Meanwhile her heart was plunging, she was almost fainting. She could see him in the mirror as he stood there behind her, tall and overarching, blond and terribly frightening. She glanced at his reflection with furtive eyes, willing to give anything to save him from knowing she could see him. He did not know she could see his reflection. He was looking unconsciously, glisteningly, down at her head, from which the hair fell loose as she brushed it with wild, nervous hand. She held her head aside and brushed her hair madly. For her life she could not turn round and face him. For her life she could not. And the knowledge made her almost sink to the ground in a faint, helpless, spent. She was aware of his frightening, impending figure standing close behind her. She was aware of his hard, strong, unyielding chest close upon her back. And she felt she could not bear it any more. In a few minutes she would fall down at his feet, grovelling at his feet, and letting him destroy her. The thought pricked up all her sharp intelligence and presence of mind. She dared not turn round to him, and there he stood, motionless, unbroken. Summoning all her strength, she said, in a full, resonant, nonchalant voice, that was forced out with all her remaining self-control, "Oh, would you mind looking in that bag behind there, and giving me my—" Here her power fell inert. "My what? My what?" she screamed in silence to herself. But he had started round, surprised and startled that she should ask him to look in her bag, which she always kept so very private to herself. She turned now, her face white, her dark eyes blazing with uncanny, overwrought excitement. She saw him stooping to the bag, undoing the loosely buckled strap, unattentive. "You're what?" he asked. "Oh, a little enamel box, yellow, with a design of a cormorant plucking her breast." She went towards him, stooping her beautiful bare arm, and deftly turned some of her things, disclosing the box, which was exquisitely painted. "That is it, see?" she said, taking it from under his eyes. And he was baffled now. He was left to fasten up the bag, whilst she swiftly did up her hair for the night, and sat down to unfasten her shoes. She would not turn her back to him any more. He was baffled, frustrated, but unconscious. She had the whip hand over him now. She knew he had not realised her terrible panic. Her heart was beating heavily still. Fool, fool that she was, to get into such a state. How she thanked God for Gerald's obtuse blindness. Thank God he could see nothing. She sat slowly unlacing her shoes, and he too commenced to undress. Thank God that crisis was over. She felt almost fond of him now, almost in love with him. "Oh, Gerald," she laughed, caressively, teasingly. "Oh, what a fine game you played with the Professor's daughter, didn't you now?" "What game?" he asked, looking round. "Isn't she in love with you? Oh dear, isn't she in love with you?" said Gudrun, in her gayest, most attractive mood. "I shouldn't think so," he said. "Shouldn't think so?" she teased. "Why, the poor girl is lying at this moment, overwhelmed, dying with love for you. She thinks you're wonderful, oh, marvellous, beyond what man has ever been. Really, isn't it funny?" "Why funny? What is funny?" he asked. "Why, to see you working it on her," she said, with a half reproach that confused the male conceit in him. "Really, Gerald, the poor girl." "I did nothing to her," he said. "Oh, it was too shameful, the way you simply swept her off her feet." "That was shoe-plattern," he replied with a bright grin. "Ha, ha, ha," laughed Gudrun. Her mockery quivered through his muscles with curious re-echoes. When he slept, he seemed to crouch down in the bed, lapped up in his own strength, that yet was hollow. And Gudrun slept strongly, a victorious sleep. Suddenly she was almost fiercely awake. The small timber room glowed with the dawn that came upwards from the low window. She could see down the valley when she lifted her head, the snow with a pinkish, half-revealed magic, the fringe of pine trees at the bottom of the slope, and one tiny figure moved over the vaguely illuminated space. She glanced at his watch. It was 7 o'clock. He was still completely asleep, and she was so hard awake, it was almost frightening. A hard, metallic wakefulness. She lay looking at him. He slept in the subjection of his own health and defeat. She was overcome by a sincere regard for him. Till now she was afraid before him. She lay and thought about him, what he was, what he represented in the world, a fine, independent will he had. She thought of the revolution he had worked in the mines in so short a time. She knew that if he were confronted with any problem, any hard, actual difficulty, he would overcome it. If he laid hold of any idea, he would carry it through. He had the faculty of making order out of confusion. Only let him grip hold of a situation, and he would bring to pass an inevitable conclusion. For a few moments she was borne away on the wild wings of ambition. Gerald, with his force of will, and his power for comprehending the actual world, should be set to solve the problems of the day, the problem of industrialism in the modern world. She knew he would, in the course of time, effect the changes he desired. He could reorganize the industrial system. She knew he could do it. As an instrument in these things he was marvellous. She had never seen any man with his potentiality. He was unaware of it, but she knew. He only needed to be hitched on. He needed that his hand should be set to the task, because he was so unconscious. And this she could do. She would marry him. He would go into Parliament in the Conservative interest. He would clear up the great muddle of labour and industry. He was so superbly fearless, masterful. He knew that every problem could be worked out, in life as in geometry. And he would care neither about himself nor about anything but the pure working out of the problem. He was very pure, really. Her heart beat fast. She flew away on wings of elation, imagining a future. He would be a Napoleon of peace, or a Bismarck, and she the woman behind him. She had read Bismarck's letters, and had been deeply moved by them. And Gerald would be freer, more dauntless than Bismarck. But even as she lay in fictitious transport, bathed in the strange, false sunshine of hope in life, something seemed to snap in her, and a terrible cynicism began to gain upon her, blowing in like a wind. Everything turned to irony with her. The last flavour of everything was ironical. When she felt her pang of undeniable reality, this was when she knew the hard irony of hopes and ideas. She lay and looked at him as he slept. He was sheerly beautiful. He was a perfect instrument. To her mind, he was a pure, inhuman, almost superhuman instrument. His instrumentality appealed so strongly to her. She wished she were God, to use him as a tool. And at the same instant came the ironical question, what for? She thought of the colliers' wives, with their linoleum and their lace curtains, and their little girls in high-laced boots. She thought of the wives and daughters of the pit managers, their tennis parties, and their terrible struggles to be superior each to the other in the social scale. There was Shortlands with its meaningless distinction, the meaningless crowd of the cries. There was London, the House of Commons, the extant social world. My God! Young as she was, Gudrun had touched the whole pulse of social England. She had no ideas of rising in the world. She knew, with the perfect cynicism of cruel youth, that to rise in the world meant to have one outside show instead of another. The advance was like having a spurious half-crown instead of a spurious penny. The whole coinage of valuation was spurious. Yet of course her cynicism knew well enough that in a world where spurious coin was current, a bad sovereign was better than a bad farthing. But rich and poor she despised both alike. Already she mocked at herself for her dreams. They could be fulfilled easily enough. But she recognized too well in her spirit the mockery of her own impulses. What did she care that Gerald had created a richly paying industry out of an old worn-out concern? What did she care? The worn-out concern and the rapid, splendidly organised industry, they were bad money. Yet of course she cared a great deal, outwardly. And outwardly was all that mattered, for inwardly was a bad joke. Everything was intrinsically a piece of irony to her. She leaned over Gerald and said in her heart, with compassion, "Oh, my dear, the game isn't worth even you. You are a fine thing, really. Why should you be used on such a poor show?" Her heart was breaking with pity and grief for him. And at the same moment a grimace came over her mouth of mocking irony at her own unspoken tirade. Ah, what a farce it was! She thought of Parnell and Catherine O'Shea. Parnell! After all, who can take the nationalisation of Ireland seriously? Who can take political Ireland really seriously, whatever it does? And who can take political England seriously? Who can? Who can care a straw, really, how the old patched-up constitution is tinkered at any more? Who cares a button for our national ideas, any more than for our national bowler hat? Ha! It's all old hat. It is all old bowler hat. That's all it is, Gerald, my young hero. At any rate, we'll spare ourselves the nausea of stirring the old broth any more. You be beautiful, my Gerald, and reckless. There are perfect moments. Wake up, Gerald. Wake up. Convince me of the perfect moments. Oh, convince me. I need it. He opened his eyes and looked at her. She greeted him with a mocking, enigmatic smile, in which was a poignant gaiety. Over his face went the reflection of the smile. He smiled, too, purely unconsciously. That filled her with extraordinary delight, to see the smile cross his face, reflected from her face. She remembered that was how a baby smiled. It filled her with extraordinary, radiant delight. "You've done it," she said. "What?" he asked, dazed. "Convinced me." And she bent down, kissing him passionately, passionately, so that he was bewildered. He did not ask her of what he had convinced her, though he meant to. He was glad she was kissing him. She seemed to be feeling for his very heart, to touch the quick of him. And he wanted her to touch the quick of his being. He wanted that most of all. Outside, somebody was singing in a manly, reckless, handsome voice.
Mach mir auf, du Stolze, mach mir ein Feuer von Holze. Vom Regen bin ich nass, vom Regen bin ich nass.
Gudrun knew that that song would sound through her eternity, sung in a manly, reckless, mocking voice. It marked one of her supreme moments, the supreme pangs of her nervous gratification. There it was, fixed in eternity for her. The day came fine and bluish. There was a light wind blowing among the mountain tops, keen as a rapier where it touched, carrying with it a fine dust of snow powder. Gerald went out with the fine blind face of a man who is in his state of fulfilment. Gudrun and he were in perfect static unity this morning, but unseeing and unwitting. They went out with a toboggan, leaving Ursula and Birkin to follow. Gudrun was all scarlet and royal blue, a scarlet jersey and cap, and a royal blue skirt and stockings. She went gaily over the white snow, with Gerald beside her, in white and grey, pulling the little toboggan. They grew small in the distance of snow, climbing the steep slope. For Gudrun herself, She seemed to pass altogether into the whiteness of the snow. She became a pure, thoughtless crystal. When she reached the top of the slope, in the wind, she looked round and saw peak beyond peak of rock and snow, bluish, transcendent in heaven. And it seemed to her like a garden, with the peaks for pure flowers and her heart gathering them. She had no separate consciousness for Gerald. She held on to him as they went sheering down over the keen slope. She felt as if her senses were being whetted on some fine grindstone that was keen as flame. The snow sprinted on either side like sparks from a blade that is being sharpened. The whiteness round about ran swifter, swifter. In pure flame the white slope flew against her, and she fused like one molten dancing globule, rushed through a white intensity. Then there was a great swerve at the bottom, when they swung as it were in a fall to earth, in the diminishing motion. They came to rest. But when she rose to her feet, she could not stand. She gave a strange cry, turned and clung to him, sinking her face on his breast, fainting in him. Utter oblivion came over her, as she lay for a few moments abandoned against him.
"What is it?" he was saying. "Was it too much for you?"
But she heard nothing. When she came to, she stood up and looked round, astonished. Her face was white, her eyes brilliant and large.
"What is it?" he repeated. "Did it upset you?"
She looked at him with her brilliant eyes that seemed to have undergone some transfiguration, and she laughed with a terrible merriment.
"No!"
she cried with triumphant joy.
"It was the complete moment of my life."
And she looked at him with her dazzling, overweening laughter, like one possessed. A fine blade seemed to enter his heart, but he did not care or take any notice. But they climbed up the slope again, and they flew down through the white flame again, splendidly, splendidly. Gudrun was laughing and flashing, powdered with snow crystals. Gerald worked perfectly. He felt he could guide the toboggan to a hairbreadth. Almost he could make it pierce into the air and right into the very heart of the sky. It seemed to him the flying sledge was but his strength spread out. He had but to move his arms, the motion was his own. They explored the great slopes to find another slide. He felt there must be something better than they had known, and he found what he desired. A perfect, long, fierce sweep, sheering past the foot of a rock and into the trees at the base. It was dangerous, he knew, but then he knew also he would direct the sledge between his fingers. The first days passed in an ecstasy of physical motion, sleighing, skiing, skating, moving in an intensity of speed and white light that surpassed life itself, and carried the souls of the human beings beyond into an inhuman abstraction of velocity and weight and eternal frozen snow. Gerald's eyes became hard and strange, and as he went by on his skis, he was more like some powerful, fateful sigh than a man. His muscles elastic, in a perfect soaring trajectory, his body projected in pure flight, mindless, soulless, whirling along one perfect line of force. Luckily there came a day of snow, when they must all stay indoors. Otherwise, Birkin said, they would all lose their faculties and begin to utter themselves in cries and shrieks, like some strange unknown species of snow creatures. End of the third part of chapter 29. Recording by Ruth Golding. The fourth part of chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The fourth part of chapter 29, Continental. It happened in the afternoon that Ursula sat in the Reunionsaal talking to Loerke. The latter had seemed unhappy lately. He was lively and full of mischievous humour, as usual, but Ursula had thought he was sulky about something. His partner, too, the big, fair, good-looking youth, was ill at ease, going about as if he belonged to nowhere, and was kept in some sort of subjection against which he was rebelling. Loerke had hardly talked to Gudrun. His associate, on the other hand, had paid her constantly a soft, over-deferential attention. Gudrun wanted to talk to Loerke. He was a sculptor, and she wanted to hear his view of his art. And his figure attracted her. There was the look of a little wastrel about him that intrigued her, and an old man's look that interested her, and then, beside this, an uncanny singleness, a quality of being by himself, not in contact with anybody else, that marked out an artist to her. He was a chatterer, a magpie, a maker of mischievous word jokes that were sometimes very clever, but which often were not. And she could see in his brown gnome's eyes the black look of inorganic misery which lay behind all his small buffoonery. His figure interested her. The figure of a boy, almost a street Arab. He made no attempt to conceal it. He always wore a simple Loden suit with knee breeches. His legs were thin, and he made no attempt to disguise the fact, which was of itself remarkable in a German. And he never ingratiated himself anywhere, not in the slightest, but kept to himself, for all his apparent playfulness. Leitner, his companion, was a great sportsman, very handsome with his big limbs and his blue eyes. Loerke would go tobogganing or skating in little snatches, but he was indifferent. And his fine, thin nostrils, the nostrils of a pure-bred street Arab, would quiver with contempt at Leitner's splothering gymnastic displays. It was evident that the two men, who had travelled and lived together, sharing the same bedroom, had now reached the stage of loathing. Leitner hated Loerke with an injured, writhing, impotent hatred, and Loerke treated Leitner with a fine quivering contempt and sarcasm. Soon the two would have to go apart. Already they were rarely together. Leitner ran attaching himself to somebody or other, always deferring. Loerke was a good deal alone. Out of doors he wore a Westphalian cap, a close brown velvet head with big brown velvet flaps down over his ears, so that he looked like a lop-eared rabbit or a troll. His face was brown-red with a dry, bright skin that seemed to crinkle with his mobile expressions. His eyes were arresting, brown, full, like a rabbit's or like a troll's, or like the eyes of a lost being, having a strange, dumb, depraved look of knowledge, and a quick spark of uncanny fire. Whenever Gudrun had tried to talk to him, he had shied away, unresponsive, looking at her with his watchful, dark eyes, but entering into no relation with her. He had made her feel that her slow French and her slower German were hateful to him. As for his own inadequate English, he was much too awkward to try it at all. But he understood a good deal of what was said, nevertheless. And Gudrun, piqued, left him alone. This afternoon, however, she came into the lounge as he was talking to Ursula. His fine black hair somehow reminded her of a bat, thin as it was on his full, sensitive-looking head, and worn away at the temples. He sat hunched up, as if his spirit were bat-like, and Gudrun could see he was making some slow confidence to Ursula, unwilling, a slow, grudging, scanty self-revelation. She went and sat by her sister. He looked at her, then looked away again, as if he took no notice of her, but as a matter of fact she interested him deeply.
"Isn't it interesting, Prune?" said Ursula, turning to her sister. "Herr Loerke is doing a great frieze for a factory in Cologne, for the outside, the street."
She looked at him, at his thin, brown, nervous hands that were prehensile and somehow like talons, like griffes, inhuman. "What in?" she asked.
"Aus was?"
repeated Ursula. "Granite," he replied. It had become immediately a laconic series of question and answer between fellow craftsmen. "What is the relief?" asked Gudrun. "Alto rilievo." "And at what height?" It was very interesting to Gudrun to think of his making the great granite frieze for a great granite factory in Cologne. She got from him some notion of the design. It was a representation of a fair, with peasants and artisans in an orgy of enjoyment, drunk and absurd in their modern dress, whirling ridiculously in roundabouts, gaping at shows, kissing and staggering and rolling in knots, swinging in swing-boats, and firing down shooting galleries, a frenzy of chaotic motion. There was a swift discussion of technicalities. Gudrun was very much impressed.
"But how wonderful to have such a factory!" cried Ursula. "Is the whole building fine?"
"Oh yes," he replied. "The frieze is part of the whole architecture. Yes, it is a colossal thing."
Then he seemed to stiffen, shrugged his shoulders, and went on.
"Sculpture and architecture must go together. The day for irrelevant statues, as for wall pictures, is over. As a matter of fact, sculpture is always part of an architectural conception. And since churches are all museum stuff, since industry is our business now, then let us make our places of industry our art, our factory area our Parthenon. Ecco."
Ursula pondered.
"I suppose," she said, "there is no need for our great works to be so hideous."
Instantly he broke into motion.
"There you are!" he cried. "There you are! There is not only no need for our places of work to be ugly, but their ugliness ruins the work in the end. Men will not go on submitting to such intolerable ugliness. In the end it will hurt too much, and they will wither because of it. And this will wither the work as well. They will think the work itself is ugly, the machines the very act of labour, whereas the machinery and the acts of labour are extremely, maddeningly beautiful. But this will be the end of our civilization, when people will not work, because work has become so intolerable to their senses. It nauseates them too much. They would rather starve. Then we shall see the hammer used only for smashing. Then we shall see it. Yet here we are. We have the opportunity to make beautiful factories, beautiful machine houses. We have the opportunity.
Gudrun could only partly understand. She could have cried with vexation. "What does he say?" she asked Ursula. And Ursula translated, stammering and brief. Loerke watched Gudrun's face to see her judgment. "And do you think, then," said Gudrun, "that art should serve industry?"
"Art should interpret industry, as art once interpreted religion," he said.
"But does your fair interpret industry?" she asked him.
"Certainly. What is man doing when he is at a fair like this? He is fulfilling the counterpart of labour. The machine works him, instead of he the machine. He enjoys the mechanical motion in his own body."
"But is there nothing but work, mechanical work?" said Gudrun.
"Nothing but work,"
he repeated, leaning forward, his eyes two darknesses with needle points of light.
"No, it is nothing but this, serving a machine or enjoying the motion of a machine. Motion, that is all. You have never worked for hunger, or you would know what God governs us."
Gudrun quivered and flushed. For some reason she was almost in tears. "No, I have not worked for hunger," she replied, "but I have worked."
"Travaillé, lavorato?" he asked. "Et che lavoro, che lavoro? Quel travail est-ce que vous avez fait?"
He broke into a mixture of Italian and French, instinctively using a foreign language when he spoke to her.
"You have never worked as the world works," he said to her, with sarcasm.
"Yes," she said, "I have, and I do. I work now for my daily bread." He paused, looked at her steadily, then dropped the subject entirely. She seemed to him to be trifling. "But have you ever worked as the world works?" Ursula asked him. He looked at her, untrustful.
"Yes," he replied with a surly bark. "I have known what it was to lie in bed for 3 days, because I had nothing to eat."
Gudrun was looking at him with large, grave eyes, that seemed to draw the confession from him as the marrow from his bones. All his nature held him back from confessing, and yet her large, grave eyes upon him seemed to open some valve in his veins, and involuntarily he was telling.
"My father was a man who did not like work, and we had no mother. We lived in Austria, Polish Austria. How did we live? Ha! Somehow. Mostly in a room with 3 other families, one set in each corner, and the WC in the middle of the room, a pan with a plank on it. Ha! I had 2 brothers and a sister, and there might be a woman with my father. He was a free being in his way, would fight with any man in the town, a garrison town, and was a little man too. But he wouldn't work for anybody, set his heart against it, and wouldn't.
"And how did you live then?" asked Ursula.
He looked at her, then suddenly at Gudrun. "Do you understand?" he asked.
"Enough," she replied.
Their eyes met for a moment. Then he looked away. He would say no more.
"And how did you become a sculptor?" asked Ursula.
"How did I become a sculptor?" He paused. "Dunque," he resumed, in a changed manner, and beginning to speak French, "I became old enough. I used to steal from the market-place. Later I went to work, imprinted the stamp on clay bottles before they were baked. It was an earthenware bottle factory. There I began making models. One day I had had enough. I lay in the sun and did not go to work. Then I walked to Munich. Then I walked to Italy, begging everything. The Italians were very good to me. They were good and honourable to me. From Bozen to Rome, almost every night I had a meal and a bed, perhaps of straw, with some peasant. I loved the Italian people with all my heart. Dunque adesso, maintenant, I earn £1,000 in a year, or I earn 2,000. He looked down at the ground, his voice tailing off into silence. Gudrun looked at his fine, thin, shiny skin, reddish-brown from the sun, drawn tight over his full temples, and at his thin hair, and at the thick, coarse, brush-like moustache cut short about his mobile, rather shapeless mouth. "How old are you?" she asked. He looked up at her with his full, elfin eyes, startled. "Wie alt?" he repeated, and he hesitated. It was evidently one of his reticencies. "How old are you?" he replied, without answering. "I am 26, she answered. 26, he repeated, looking into her eyes. He paused. Then he said, "Und Ihr Herr Gemahl, wie alt ist er?" "Who?" asked Gudrun. "Your husband," said Ursula, with a certain irony. "I haven't got a husband," said Gudrun in English. In German she answered, "He is 31. But Loerke was watching closely, with his uncanny, full, suspicious eyes. Something in Gudrun seemed to accord with him. He was really like one of the little people who have no soul, who has found his mate in a human being. But he suffered in his discovery. She, too, was fascinated by him, fascinated as if some strange creature, a rabbit or a bat or a brown seal, had begun to talk to her. But also she knew what he was unconscious of, his tremendous power of understanding, of apprehending her living motion. He did not know his own power. He did not know how, with his full, submerged, watchful eyes, he could look into her and see her, what she was, see her secrets. He would only want her to be herself. He knew her verily, with a subconscious, sinister knowledge, devoid of illusions and hopes. To Gudrun there was in Loerke the rock bottom of all life. Everybody else had their illusion, must have their illusion, their before and after. But he,
with a perfect stoicism, did without any before and after, dispensed with all illusion. He did not deceive himself in the last issue. In the last issue he cared about nothing. He was troubled about nothing. He made not the slightest attempt to be at one with anything. He existed a pure, unconnected will, stoical and momentaneous. There was only his work. It was curious, too, how his poverty, the degradation of his earlier life, attracted her. There was something insipid and tasteless to her in the idea of a gentleman, a man who had gone the usual course through school and university. A certain violent sympathy, however, came up in her for this mud-child. He seemed to be the very stuff of the underworld of life. There was no going beyond him. Ursula too was attracted by Loerke. In both sisters he commanded a certain homage. But there were moments when to Ursula he seemed indescribably inferior, false, a vulgarism. Both Birkin and Gerald disliked him, Gerald ignoring him with some contempt, Birkin exasperated.
"What do the women find so impressive in that little brat?" Gerald asked.
"God alone knows," replied Birkin, "unless it's some sort of appeal he makes to them, which flatters them and has such a power over them." Gerald looked up in surprise.
"Does he make an appeal to them?" he asked.
"Oh yes," replied Birkin. "He is the perfectly subjected being, existing almost like a criminal, and the women rush towards that, like a current of air towards a vacuum."
"Funny they should rush to that,"
said Gerald. "Makes one mad too," said Birkin. "But he has the fascination of pity and repulsion for them, a little obscene monster of the darkness that he is." Gerald stood still, suspended in thought.
"What do women want at the bottom?" he asked.
Birkin shrugged his shoulders. "God knows," he said. "Some satisfaction in basic repulsion, it seems to me. They seem to creep down some ghastly tunnel of darkness, and will never be satisfied till they've come to the end." Gerald looked out into the mist of fine snow that was blowing by. Everywhere was blind today, horribly blind.
"And what is the end?" he asked.
Birkin shook his head. "I've not got there yet, so I don't know. Ask Loerke, he's pretty near. He is a good many stages further than either you or I can go."
"Yes, but stages further in what?"
cried Gerald, irritated. Birkin sighed, and gathered his brows into a knot of anger. "Stages further in social hatred," he said. "He lives like a rat in the river of corruption, just where it falls over into the bottomless pit. He's further on than we are. He hates the ideal more acutely. He hates the ideal utterly, yet it still dominates him. I expect he is a Jew, or part Jewish."
"Probably,"
said Gerald. "He is a gnawing little negation, gnawing at the roots of life."
"But why does anybody care about him?"
cried Gerald. "Because they hate the ideal also in their souls. They want to explore the sewers, and he's the withered rat that swims ahead." Still Gerald stood and stared at the blind haze of snow outside.
"I don't understand your terms, really," he said in a flat, doomed voice. "But it sounds a rum sort of desire." "I suppose we want the same," said Birkin. "Only we want to take a quick jump downwards in a sort of ecstasy, and he ebbs with the stream, the sewer stream." Meanwhile, Gudrun and Ursula waited for the next opportunity to talk to Loerke. It was no use beginning when the men were there. Then they could get into no touch with the isolated little sculptor. He had to be alone with them, and he preferred Ursula to be there as a sort of transmitter to Gudrun. "Do you do nothing but architectural sculpture?" Gudrun asked him one evening. "Not now," he replied. "I have done all sorts, except portraits. I never did portraits. But other things." "What kind of things?" asked Gudrun. He paused a moment, then rose and went out of the room. He returned almost immediately with a little roll of paper, which he handed to her. She unrolled it. It was a photogravure reproduction of a statuette, signed F. Loerke. "That is quite an early thing, not mechanical," he said, "more popular." The statuette was of a naked girl, small, finely made, sitting on a great naked horse. The girl was young and tender, a mere bud. She was sitting sideways on the horse, her face in her hands, as if in shame and grief, in a little abandon. Her hair, which was short and must be flaxen, fell forward, divided, half covering her hands. Her limbs were young and tender, her legs, scarcely formed yet, the legs of a maiden just passing towards cruel womanhood, dangled childishly over the side of the powerful horse, pathetically, the small feet folded one over the other, as if to hide. But there was no hiding. There she was, exposed, naked, on the naked flank of the horse. The horse stood stock still, stretched in a kind of start. It was a massive, magnificent stallion, rigid with pent-up power. Its neck was arched and terrible, like a sickle. Its flanks were pressed back, rigid with power. Gudrun went pale, and a darkness came over her eyes like shame. She looked up with a certain supplication, almost slave-like. He glanced at her and jerked his head a little. "How big is it?" she asked, in a toneless voice, persisting in appearing casual and unaffected. "How big?" he replied, glancing again at her. "Without pedestal, so high." He measured with his hand. "With pedestal, so." He looked at her steadily. There was a little brusque, turgid contempt for her in his swift gesture, and she seemed to cringe a little. "And what is it done in?" she asked, throwing back her head and looking at him with affected coldness. He still gazed at her steadily, and his dominance was not shaken. "Bronze, green bronze." "Green bronze," repeated Gudrun, coldly accepting his challenge. She was thinking of the slender, immature, tender limbs of the girl, smooth and cold in green bronze. "Yes, beautiful," she murmured, looking up at him with a certain dark homage. He closed his eyes and looked aside, triumphant. "Why," said Ursula, "did you make the horse so stiff? It is as stiff as a block." "Stiff?" he repeated, in arms at once. "Yes. Look how stock and stupid and brutal it is. Horses are sensitive,
quite delicate and sensitive, really." He raised his shoulders, spread his hands in a shrug of slow indifference, as much as to inform her she was an amateur and an impertinent nobody. "Wissen Sie," he said, with an insulting patience and condescension in his voice, "that horse is a certain form, part of a whole form. It is part of a work of art, a piece of form. It is not a picture of a friendly horse to which you give a lump of sugar, do you see? It is part of a work of art. It has no relation to anything outside that work of art." Ursula, angry at being treated quite so insultingly de haut en bas, from the height of esoteric art to the depth of general exoteric amateurism, replied hotly, flushing and lifting her face, "But it is a picture of a horse, nevertheless." He lifted his shoulders in another shrug. "As you like. It is not a picture of a cow, certainly." Here Gudrun broke in, flushed and brilliant, anxious to avoid any more of this, any more of Ursula's foolish persistence in giving herself away. "What do you mean by it is a picture of a horse?" she cried at her sister. "What do you mean by a horse? You mean an idea you have in your head, and which you want to see represented. There is another idea altogether, quite another idea. Call it a horse if you like, or say it is not a horse. I have just as much right to say that your horse isn't a horse, that it is a falsity of your own make-up." Ursula wavered, baffled. Then her words came. "But why does he have this idea of a horse?" she said. "I know it is his idea. I know it is a picture of himself, really." Loerke snorted with rage. "A picture of myself?" he repeated in derision. "Wissen Sie, gnädige Frau, that is a Kunstwerk, a work of art. It is a work of art. It is a picture of nothing, of absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with anything but itself. It has no relation with the everyday world of this and other. There is no connection between them, absolutely none. They are two different and distinct planes of existence, and to translate one into the other is worse than foolish. It is a darkening of all counsel, a making confusion everywhere. Do you see? You must not confuse the relative work of action with the absolute world of art. That you must not do." "That is quite true," cried Gudrun, let loose in a sort of rhapsody. "The two things are quite and permanently apart. They have nothing to do with one another. I and my art, they have nothing to do with each other. My art stands in another world. I am in this world." Her face was flushed and transfigured. Loerke, who was sitting with his head ducked, like some creature at bay, looked up at her swiftly, almost furtively, and murmured, "Ja, so ist es, so ist es." Ursula was silent after this outburst. She was furious. She wanted to poke a hole into them both. "It isn't a word of it true, of all this harangue you have made me," she replied flatly. "The horse is a picture of your own stock, stupid brutality, and the girl was a girl you loved and tortured and then ignored." He looked up at her with a small smile of contempt in his eyes. He would not trouble to answer this last charge. Gudrun, too, was silent in exasperated contempt. Ursula was such an insufferable outsider, rushing in where angels would fear to tread. But then, fools must be suffered, if not gladly. But Ursula was persistent too.
As for your world of art and your world of reality, she replied, you have to separate the two because you can't bear to know what you are. You can't bear to realise what a stock, stiff, hidebound brutality you are, really. So you say, it's the world of art. The world of art is only the truth about the real world, that's all. But you are too far gone to see it. She was white and trembling, intent. Gudrun and Loerke sat in stiff dislike of her. Gerald, too, who had come up in the beginning of the speech, stood looking at her in complete disapproval and opposition. He felt she was undignified. She put a sort of vulgarity over the esotericism which gave man his last distinction. He joined his forces with the other two. They all three wanted her to go away. But she sat on in silence, her soul weeping, throbbing violently, her fingers twisting her handkerchief. The others maintained a dead silence, letting the display of Ursula's obtrusiveness pass by. Then Gudrun asked, in a voice that was quite cool and casual, as if resuming a casual conversation, was the girl a model? Nein, sie war kein Modell, sie war eine kleine Malschülerin. An art student, replied Gudrun. And how the situation revealed itself to her. She saw the girl art student, unformed and of pernicious recklessness, too young, her straight flaxen hair cut short, hanging just into her neck, curving inwards slightly because it was rather thick, and Loerke, the well-known master sculptor, and the girl, probably well brought up and of good family, thinking herself so great to be his mistress. Oh, how well she knew the common callousness of it all. Dresden, Paris or London, what did it matter? She knew it. Where is she now? Ursula asked. Loerke raised his shoulders to convey his complete ignorance and indifference. That is already 6 years ago, he said. She will be 23 years old, no more good. Gerald had picked up the picture and was looking at it. It attracted him also. He saw on the pedestal that the piece was called Lady Godiva. But this isn't Lady Godiva, he said, smiling good-humouredly. She was the middle-aged wife of some earl or other who covered herself with her long hair. À la Maud Allen, said Gudrun with a mocking grimace. Why Maud Allen? He replied. Isn't it so? I always thought the legend was that. Yes, Gerald dear, I'm quite sure you've got the legend perfectly. She was laughing at him with a little mock caressive contempt. To be sure, I'd rather see the woman than the hair, he laughed in return. Wouldn't you just? Mocked Gudrun. Ursula rose and went away, leaving the three together. Gudrun took the picture again from Gerald, and sat looking at it closely. Of course, she said, turning to tease Loerke now, you understood your little Malschülerin. He raised his eyebrows and his shoulders in a complacent shrug. The little girl? Asked Gerald, pointing to the figure. Gudrun was sitting with the picture in her lap. She looked up at Gerald full into his eyes, so that he seemed to be blinded. Didn't he understand her? She said to Gerald, in a slightly mocking, humorous playfulness. You've only to look at the feet. Aren't they darling, so pretty and tender? Oh, they're really wonderful. They're really... She lifted her eyes slowly, with a hot, flaming look into Loerke's eyes.
His soul was filled with her burning recognition. He seemed to grow more uppish and lordly. Gerald looked at the small, sculptured feet. They were turned together, half covering each other in pathetic shyness and fear. He looked at them a long time, fascinated. Then, in some pain, he put the picture away from him. He felt full of barrenness. "What was her name?" Gudrun asked Loerke. "Annette von Weck," Loerke replied, reminiscent. "Ja, sie war hübsch. She was pretty, but she was tiresome. She was a nuisance. Not for a minute would she keep still. Not until I had slapped her hard and made her cry. Then she'd sit for 5 minutes." He was thinking over the work, his work, the all-important to him. "Did you really slap her?" asked Gudrun coolly. He glanced back at her, reading her challenge. "Yes, I did," he said, nonchalant. "Harder than I have ever beat anything in my life. I had to. It was the only way I got the work done." Gudrun watched him with large, dark-filled eyes for some moments. She seemed to be considering his very soul. Then she looked down in silence. "Why did you have such a young Godiva, then?" asked Gerald. "She is so small, besides, on the horse. Not big enough for it. Such a child." A queer spasm went over Loerke's face. "Yes," he said, "I don't like them any bigger, any older. Then they are beautiful at 16, 17, 18. After that, they are no use to me." There was a moment's pause. "Why not?" asked Gerald. Loerke shrugged his shoulders. "I don't find them interesting or beautiful. They are no good to me for my work." "Do you mean to say a woman isn't beautiful after she is 20? asked Gerald. "For me, no. Before 20, she is small and fresh and tender and slight. After that, let her be what she likes, she has nothing for me. The Venus of Milo is a bourgeoise, so are they all." "And you don't care for women at all after 20? asked Gerald. "They are no good to me, they are of no use in my art," Loerke repeated impatiently. "I don't find them beautiful." "You are an epicure," said Gerald, with a slight sarcastic laugh. "And what about men?" asked Gudrun suddenly. "Yes, they are good at all ages," replied Loerke. "A man should be big and powerful. Whether he is old or young is of no account. So he has the size, something of massiveness and stupid form." End The 5th part of chapter 29 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The 5th part of chapter 29, Continental. Ursula went out alone into the world of pure new snow, but the dazzling whiteness seemed to beat upon her till it hurt her. She felt the cold was slowly strangling her soul. Her head felt dazed and numb. Suddenly she wanted to go away. It occurred to her like a miracle that she might go away into another world. She had felt so doomed up here in the eternal snow, as if there were no beyond. Now suddenly, as by a miracle, she remembered that away beyond, below her, lay the dark, fruitful earth. That towards the south there were stretches of land dark with orange trees and cypress, grey with olives. That ilex trees lifted wonderful plumy tufts in shadow against a blue sky. Miracle of miracles! This utterly silent, frozen world of the mountain tops was not universal. One might leave it and have done with it. One might go away. She wanted to realise the miracle at once. She wanted at this instant to have done with the snow world, the terrible, static, ice-built mountain tops. She wanted to see the dark earth, to smell its earthy fecundity, to see the patient wintry vegetation, to feel the sunshine touch a response in the buds. She went back gladly to the house, full of hope. Birkin was reading, lying in bed.
"Rupert,"
she said, bursting in on him.
"I want to go away."
He looked up at her slowly. "Do you?" he replied mildly. She sat by him and put her arms round his neck. It surprised her that he was so little surprised.
"Don't you?"
she asked, troubled. "I hadn't thought about it," he said, "but I'm sure I do." She sat up suddenly erect.
"I hate it," she said. "I hate the snow, and the unnaturalness of it, the unnatural light it throws on everybody, the ghastly glamour, the unnatural feelings it makes everybody have."
He lay still and laughed, meditating. "Well," he said, "we can go away. We can go tomorrow. We'll go tomorrow to Verona, and find Romeo and Juliet, and sit in the amphitheatre, shall we?" Suddenly she hid her face against his shoulder, with perplexity and shyness. He lay so untrammelled.
"Yes,"
she said softly, filled with relief. She felt her soul had new wings, now he was so uncaring.
"I shall love to be Romeo and Juliet," she said. "My love."
"Though a fearfully cold wind blows in Verona," he said, "from out of the Alps. We shall have the smell of the snow in our noses." She sat up and looked at him.
"Are you glad to go?"
she asked, troubled. His eyes were inscrutable and laughing. She hid her face against his neck, clinging close to him, pleading,
"Don't laugh at me! Don't laugh at me!"
"Why, how's that?" he laughed, putting his arms round her.
"Because I don't want to be laughed at," she whispered.
He laughed more as he kissed her delicate, finely perfumed hair.
"Do you love me?"
she whispered in wild seriousness.
"Yes,"
he answered, laughing. Suddenly she lifted her mouth to be kissed. Her lips were taut and quivering and strenuous. His were soft, deep and delicate. He waited a few moments in the kiss. Then a shade of sadness went over his soul. "Your mouth is so hard," he said, in a faint reproach.
"And yours is so soft and nice," she said gladly.
"But why do you always grip your lips?" he asked, regretful.
"Never mind," she said swiftly. "It is my way."
She knew he loved her. She was sure of him. Yet she could not let go a certain hold over herself. She could not bear him to question her. She gave herself up in delight to being loved by him. She knew that, in spite of his joy when she abandoned herself, he was a little bit saddened too. She could give herself up to his activity, but she could not be herself. She dared not come forth quite nakedly to his nakedness, abandoning all adjustment, lapsing in pure faith with him. She abandoned herself to him, or she took hold of him and gathered her joy of him, and she enjoyed him fully. But they were never quite together at the same moment. One was always a little left out. Nevertheless, she was glad in hope, glorious and free, full of life and liberty. And he was still and soft and patient for the time. They made their preparations to leave the next day. First they went to Gudrun's room, where she and Gerald were just dressed, ready for the evening indoors.
"Prune," said Ursula, "I think we shall go away tomorrow. I can't stand the snow any more. It hurts my skin and my soul."
"Does it really hurt your soul, Ursula?" asked Gudrun, in some surprise. "I can believe quite it hurts your skin. It is terrible. But I thought it was admirable for the soul."
"No, not for mine. It just injures it," said Ursula.
"Really?" cried Gudrun. There was a silence in the room, and Ursula and Birkin could feel that Gudrun and Gerald were relieved by their going. "You will go south?" said Gerald, a little ring of uneasiness in his voice. "Yes," said Birkin, turning away. There was a queer, indefinable hostility between the two men lately. Birkin was on the whole dim and indifferent, drifting along in a dim, easy flow, unnoticing and patient, since he came abroad, whilst Gerald, on the other hand, was intense and gripped into white light, agonistes. The two men revoked one another. Gerald and Gudrun were very kind to the two who were departing, solicitous for their welfare, as if they were two children. Gudrun came to Ursula's bedroom with 3 pairs of the coloured stockings for which she was notorious, and she threw them on the bed. But these were thick silk stockings, vermilion, cornflower blue and grey, bought in Paris. The grey ones were knitted, seamless and heavy. Ursula was in raptures. She knew Gudrun must be feeling very loving to give away such treasures.
"I can't take them from you, Prune," she cried. "I can't possibly deprive you of them. The jewels."
"Aren't they jewels?" cried Gudrun, eyeing her gifts with an envious eye. "Aren't they real lambs?"
"Yes, you must keep them," said Ursula.
"I don't want them. I've got 3 more pairs. I want you to keep them. I want you to have them. They're yours, there." And with trembling, excited hands, she put the coveted stockings under Ursula's pillow.
"One gets the greatest joy of all out of really lovely stockings," said Ursula.
"One does," replied Gudrun, "the greatest joy of all." And she sat down in the chair. It was evident she had come for a last talk. Ursula, not knowing what she wanted, waited in silence. feel, Ursula," Gudrun began rather sceptically, "that you are going away for ever, never to return, sort of thing?"
"Oh, we shall come back," said Ursula. "It isn't a question of train journeys."
"Yes, I know. But spiritually, so to speak, you are going away from us all?" Ursula quivered.
"I don't know a bit what is going to happen," she said. "I only know we're going somewhere."
Gudrun waited. "And you are glad?" she asked. Ursula meditated for a moment.
"I believe I am very glad,"
she replied. But Gudrun read the unconscious brightness on her sister's face, rather than the uncertain tones of her speech. "But don't you think you'll want the old connection with the world, father and the rest of us, and all that it means, England and the world of thought? Don't you think you'll need that, really to make a world?" Ursula was silent, trying to imagine.
"I think," she said at length, involuntarily, "that Rupert is right. One wants a new space to be in, and one falls away from the old."
Gudrun watched her sister with impassive face and steady eyes. "One wants a new space to be in, I quite agree," she said. "But I think that a new world is a development from this world, and that to isolate oneself with one other person isn't to find a new world at all, but only to secure oneself in one's illusions." Ursula looked out of the window. In her soul she began to wrestle, and she was frightened. She was always frightened of words, because she knew that mere word force could always make her believe what she did not believe. "Perhaps," she said, full of mistrust of herself and everybody.
"But," she added, "I do think that one can't have anything new whilst one cares for the old. Do you know what I mean? Even fighting the old is belonging to it. I know one is tempted to stop with the world, just to fight it, but then it isn't worth it."
Gudrun considered herself. "Yes," she said, "in a way one is of the world if one lives in it. But isn't it really an illusion to think that you can get out of it? After all, a cottage in the Abruzzi, or wherever it may be, isn't a new world. No, the only thing to do with the world is to see it through." Ursula looked away. She was so frightened of argument.
"But there can be something else, can't there?" she said. "One can see it through in one's soul, long enough before it sees itself through in actuality. And then, when one has seen one's soul, one is something else."
"Can one see it through in one's soul?" asked Gudrun. "If you mean that you can see to the end of what will happen, I don't agree. I really can't agree. And anyhow, you can't suddenly fly off onto a new planet, because you think you can see to the end of this." Ursula suddenly straightened herself.
"Yes," she said, "yes, one knows. One has no more connections here. One has a sort of other self that belongs to a new planet, not to this. You've got to hop off."
Gudrun reflected for a few moments. Then a smile of ridicule, almost of contempt, came over her face. "And what will happen when you find yourself in space?" she cried in derision. "After all, the great ideas of the world are the same there. You, above everybody, can't get away from the fact that love, for instance, is the supreme thing, in space as well as on earth." "No," said Ursula, "it isn't. Love is too human and little. I believe in something inhuman, of which love is only a little part. I believe what we must fulfill comes out of the unknown to us, and it is something infinitely more than love. It isn't so merely human." Gudrun looked at Ursula with steady, balancing eyes. She admired and despised her sister so much, both. Then suddenly she averted her face, saying coldly, uglily, "Well, I've got no further than love yet." Over Ursula's mind flashed the thought, "Because you never have loved, you can't get beyond it." Gudrun rose, came over to Ursula and put her arm round her neck. "Go and find your new world, dear," she said, her voice clanging with false benignity. "After all, the happiest voyage is the quest of Rupert's blessed isles." Her arm rested around Ursula's neck, her fingers on Ursula's cheek for a few moments. Ursula was supremely uncomfortable meanwhile. There was an insult in Gudrun's protective patronage that was really too hurting. Feeling her sister's resistance, Gudrun drew awkwardly away, turned over the pillow, and disclosed the stockings again. "Ha, ha!" she laughed rather hollowly. "How we do talk, indeed, new worlds and old." And they passed to the familiar worldly subjects. Gerald and Birkin had walked on ahead, waiting for the sledge to overtake them, conveying the departing guests. "How much longer will you stay here?" asked Birkin, glancing up at Gerald's very red, almost blank face.
"Oh, I can't say," Gerald replied. "Till we get tired of it."
"You're not afraid of the snow melting first?" asked Birkin. Gerald laughed.
"Does it melt?"
he said. "Things are all right with you then?" said Birkin. Gerald screwed up his eyes a little.
"All right," he said. "I never know what those common words mean. All right and all wrong, don't they become synonymous somewhere?"
"Yes, I suppose. How about going back?" asked Birkin.
"Oh, I don't know. We may never get back. I don't look before and after," said Gerald.
"Nor pine for what is not," said Birkin. Gerald looked into the distance, with the small pupilled, abstract eyes of a hawk.
"No. There's something final about this, and Gudrun seems like the end to me. I don't know, but she seems so soft, her skin like silk, her arms heavy and soft, and it withers my consciousness somehow, it burns the pith of my mind."
He went on a few paces, staring ahead, his eyes fixed, looking like a mask used in ghastly religions of the barbarians.
"It blasts your soul's eye," he said, "and leaves you sightless. Yet you want to be sightless, you want to be blasted. You don't want it any different."
He was speaking as if in a trance, verbal and blank. Then suddenly he braced himself up with a kind of rhapsody, and looked at Birkin with vindictive, cowed eyes, saying,
"Do you know what it is to suffer when you are with a woman? She's so beautiful, so perfect. You find her so good. It tears you like a silk. And every stroke and bit cuts hot. Ha! That perfection, when you blast yourself. And then—" He stopped on the snow, and suddenly opened his clenched hands. "It's nothing. Your brain might have gone charred as rags, and—" He looked round into the air with a queer, histrionic movement. "It's blasting. You understand what I mean? It is a great experience, something final, and then you're shrivelled, as if struck by electricity." He walked on in silence. It seemed like bragging, but like a man in extremity bragging truthfully. "Of course," he resumed, "I wouldn't not have had it. It's a complete experience, and she's a wonderful woman. But how I hate her somewhere. It's curious." Birkin looked at him, at his strange, scarcely conscious face. Gerald seemed blank before his own words. "But you've had enough now," said Birkin. "You have had your experience. Why work on an old wound?" "Oh," said Gerald, "I don't know. It's not finished." And the two walked on. "I've loved you as well as Gudrun, don't forget," said Birkin bitterly. Gerald looked at him strangely, abstractedly. "Have you?" he said, with icy scepticism. "Or do you think you have?" He was hardly responsible for what he said. The sledge came. Gudrun dismounted, and they all made their farewell. They wanted to go apart, all of them. Birkin took his place, and the sledge drove away, leaving Gudrun and Gerald standing on the snow, waving. Something froze Birkin's heart, seeing them standing there in the isolation of the snow, growing smaller and more. Chapter 30 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 30. Snowed Up. When Ursula and Birkin were gone, Gudrun felt herself free in her contest with Gerald. As they grew more used to each other, he seemed to press upon her more and more. At first she could manage him, so that her own will was always left free. But very soon he began to ignore her female tactics. He dropped his respect for her whims and her privacies. He began to exert his own will blindly, without submitting to hers. Already a vital conflict had set in, which frightened them both. But he was alone, whilst already she had begun to cast round for external resource. When Ursula had gone, Gudrun felt her own existence had become stark and elemental. She went and crouched alone in her bedroom, looking out of the window at the big flashing stars. In front was the faint shadow of the mountain knot.
That was the pivot. She felt strange and inevitable, as if she were centred upon the pivot of all existence. There was no further reality. Presently Gerald opened the door. She knew he would not be long before he came. She was rarely alone. He pressed upon her like a frost, deadening her.
"Are you alone in the dark?"
he said, and she could tell by his tone he resented it. He resented this isolation she had drawn round herself. Yet, feeling static and inevitable, she was kind towards him. "Would you like to light the candle?" she asked. He did not answer, but came and stood behind her in the darkness. "Look," she said, "at that lovely star up there. Do you know its name?" He crouched beside her to look through the low window.
"No," he said. "It is very fine."
"Isn't it beautiful? Do you notice how it darts different coloured fires? It flashes really superbly." They remained in silence. With a mute, heavy gesture, she put her hand on his knee, and took his hand.
"Are you regretting Ursula?" he asked.
"No, not at all," she said. Then, in a slow mood, she asked, "How much do you love me?" He stiffened himself further against her.
"How much do you think I do?" he asked.
"I don't know," she replied.
"But what is your opinion?" he asked.
There was a pause. At length, in the darkness, came her voice, hard and indifferent. "Very little indeed," she said, coldly, almost flippant. His heart went icy at the sound of her voice.
"Why don't I love you?"
he asked, as if admitting the truth of her accusation, yet hating her for it. "I don't know why you don't. I've been good to you. You were in a fearful state when you came to me." Her heart was beating to suffocate her, yet she was strong and unrelenting.
"When was I in a fearful state?" he asked.
"When you first came to me. I had to take pity on you, but it was never love." It was that statement, "It was never love," which sounded in his ears with madness.
"Why must you repeat it so often that there is no love?"
he said in a voice strangled with rage. "Well, you don't think you love, do you?" she asked. He was silent with cold passion of anger. "You don't think you can love me, do you?" she repeated, almost with a sneer.
"No," he said.
"You know you never have loved me, don't you?"
"I don't know what you mean by the word love," he replied.
"Yes, you do. You know all right that you have never loved me. Have you, do you think?"
"No,"
he said, prompted by some barren spirit of truthfulness and obstinacy. "And you never will love me," she said finally. "Will you?" There was a diabolic coldness in her, too much to bear.
"No," he said.
"Then," she replied, "what have you against me?" He was silent in cold, frightened rage and despair.
If only I could kill her. His heart was whispering repeatedly. If only I could kill her, I should be free. It seemed to him that death was the only severing of this Gordian knot. "Why do you torture me?" he said. She flung her arms round his neck. "Ah, I don't want to torture you," she said pityingly, as if she were comforting a child. The impertinence made his veins go cold. He was insensible. She held her arms round his neck in a triumph of pity. And her pity for him was as cold as stone. Its deepest motive was hate of him and fear of his power over her, which she must always counterfoil. "Say you love me," she pleaded. "Say you will love me forever. Won't you? Won't you?" But it was her voice only that coaxed him. Her senses were entirely apart from him, cold and destructive of him. It was her overbearing will that insisted. "Won't you say you'll love me always?" she coaxed. "Say it, even if it isn't true. Say it, Gerald, do." "I will love you always," he repeated, in real agony, forcing the words out. She gave him a quick kiss. "Fancy your actually having said it," she said, with a touch of raillery. He stood as if he had been beaten. "Try to love me a little more, and to want me a little less," she said, in a half-contemptuous, half-coaxing tone. The darkness seemed to be swaying in waves across his mind, great waves of darkness plunging across his mind. It seemed to him he was degraded at the very quick, made of no account. "You mean you don't want me?" he said. "You are so insistent, and there is so little grace in you, so little fineness. You are so crude. You break me. You only waste me. It is horrible to me." "Horrible to you?" he repeated. "Yes. Don't you think I might have a room to myself, now Ursula has gone? You can say you want a dressing-room." "You do as you like. You can leave altogether if you like," he managed to articulate. "Yes, I know that," she replied. "So can you. You can leave me whenever you like, without notice even." The great tides of darkness were swinging across his mind. He could hardly stand upright. A terrible weariness overcame him. He felt he must lie on the floor. Dropping off his clothes, he got into bed, and lay like a man suddenly overcome by drunkenness, the darkness lifting and plunging, as if he were lying on a black, giddy sea. He lay still in this strange, horrific reeling for some time, purely unconscious. At length she slipped from her own bed and came over to him. He remained rigid, his back to her. He was all but unconscious. She put her arms round his terrifying, insentient body, and laid her cheek against his hard shoulder. "Gerald," she whispered. "Gerald."
There was no change in him. She caught him against her. She pressed her breasts against his shoulders. She kissed his shoulder through the sleeping jacket. Her mind wandered over his rigid, unliving body. She was bewildered and insistent. Only her will was set for him to speak to her. "Gerald, my dear," she whispered, bending over him, kissing his ear. Her warm breath, playing, flying rhythmically over his ear, seemed to relax the tension. She could feel his body gradually relaxing a little, losing its terrifying, unnatural rigidity. Her hands clutched his limbs, his muscles, going over him spasmodically. The hot blood began to flow again through his veins. His limbs relaxed. "Turn round to me," she whispered, forlorn with insistence and triumph. So, at last, he was given again warm and flexible. He turned and gathered her in his arms, and feeling her soft against him, so perfectly and wondrously soft and recipient, his arms tightened on her. She was as if crushed, powerless in him. His brain seemed hard and invincible now, like a jewel. There was no resisting him. His passion was awful to her, tense and ghastly and impersonal, like a destruction, ultimate. She felt it would kill her. She was being killed. "My God, my God!" she cried in anguish in his embrace, feeling her life being killed within her. And when he was kissing her, soothing her, her breath came slowly, as if she were really spent, dying. "Shall I die? Shall I die?" she repeated to herself. And in the night, and in him, there was no answer to the question. And yet, next day, the fragment of her which was not destroyed remained intact and hostile. She did not go away. She remained to finish the holiday, admitting nothing. He scarcely ever left her alone, but followed her like a shadow. He was like a doom upon her, a continual thou shalt not. Sometimes it was he who seemed strongest, whilst she was almost gone, creeping near the earth like a spent wind. Sometimes it was the reverse. But always it was this eternal see-saw, one destroyed that the other might exist, one ratified because the other was nulled. "In the end," she said to herself, "I shall go away from him." "I can be free of her," he said to himself in his paroxysms of suffering. And he set himself to be free. He even prepared to go away, to leave her in the lurch. But for the first time there was a flaw in his will. "Where shall I go?" he asked himself. "Can't you be self-sufficient?" he replied to himself, putting himself upon his pride. "Self-sufficient," he repeated. It seemed to him that Gudrun was sufficient unto herself, closed round and completed like a thing in a case. In the calm, static reason of his soul, he recognized this, and admitted it was her right to be closed round upon herself, self-complete, without desire. He realised it, he admitted it. It only needed one last effort on his own part to win for himself the same completeness. He knew that it only needed one convulsion of his will for him to be able to turn upon himself also, to close upon himself as a stone fixes upon itself and is impervious, self-completed, a thing isolated. This knowledge threw him into a terrible chaos, because however much he might mentally will to be immune and self-complete, the desire for this state was lacking, and he could not create it. He could see that to exist at all, he must be perfectly free of Gudrun, leave her if she wanted to be left, demand nothing of her, have no claim upon her. But then, to have no claim upon her, he must stand by himself in sheer nothingness, and his brain turned to naught at the idea. It was a state of nothingness. On the other hand, he might give in and fawn to her. Or finally, he might kill her. Or he might become just indifferent, purposeless, dissipated, momentaneous. But his nature was too serious, not gay enough or subtle enough for mocking licentiousness. A strange rent had been torn in him, like a victim that is torn open and given to the heavens, so he had been torn apart and given to Gudrun. How should he close again? This wound, this strange, infinitely sensitive opening of his soul, where he was exposed like an open flower to all the universe, and in which he was given to his complement, the other, the unknown. This wound, this disclosure, this unfolding of his own covering, leaving him incomplete, limited, unfinished, like an open flower under the sky. This was his cruellest joy. Why then should he forego it? Why should he close up and become impervious, immune, like a partial thing in a sheath, when he had broken forth, like a seed that has germinated, to issue forth in being, embracing the unrealised heavens? He would keep the unfinished bliss of his own yearning, even through the torture she inflicted upon him. A strange obstinacy possessed him. He would not go away from her, whatever she said or did. A strange, deathly yearning carried him along with her. She was the determinating influence of his very being, though she treated him with contempt, repeated rebuffs and denials. Still he would never be gone, since in being near her even, he felt the quickening, the going forth in him, the release, the knowledge of his own limitation and the magic of the promise, as well as the mystery of his own destruction and annihilation. She tortured the open heart of him even as he turned to her. And she was tortured herself. It may have been her will was stronger. She felt with horror as if he tore at the bud of her heart, tore it open like an irreverent, persistent being, like a boy who pulls off a fly's wings, or tears open a bud to see what is in the flower. He tore at her privacy. at her very life, he would destroy her as an immature bud torn open is destroyed. She might open towards him a long while hence, in her dreams, when she was a pure spirit, but now she was not to be violated and ruined. She closed against him fiercely. They climbed together at evening up the high slope to see the sunset. In the finely breathing keen wind they stood and watched the yellow sun sink in crimson and disappear. Then in the east the peaks and ridges glowed with living rose, incandescent, like immortal flowers against a brown-purple sky, a miracle, whilst down below the world was a bluish shadow, and above, like an annunciation, hovered a rosy transport in mid-air. To her it was so beautiful, it was a delirium. She wanted to gather the glowing eternal peaks to her breast and die. He saw them, saw they were beautiful, but there arose no clamour in his breast, only a bitterness that was visionary in itself. He wished the peaks were grey and unbeautiful, so that she should not get her support from them. Why did she betray the two of them so terribly in embracing the glow of the evening? Why did she leave him standing there, with the ice wind blowing through his heart like death, to gratify herself among the rosy snow-tips? "What does the twilight matter?" he said. "Why do you grovel before it? Is it so important to you?" She winced in violation and in fury. "Go away," she cried, "and leave me to it. It is beautiful, beautiful," she sang in strange rhapsodic tones. "It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in my life. Don't try to come between it and me. Take yourself away, you are out of place." He stood back a little and left her standing there, statue-like, transported into the mystic glowing east. Already the rose was fading, large white stars were flashing out. He waited. He would forego everything but the yearning. "That was the most perfect thing I have ever seen," she said in cold, brutal tones, when at last she turned round to him. "It amazes me that you should want to destroy it. If you can't see it yourself, why try to debar me?" But in reality he had destroyed it for her. She was straining after a dead effect. "One day," he said softly, looking up at her, "I shall destroy you as you stand looking at the sunset, because you are such a liar." There was a soft, voluptuous promise to himself in the words. She was chilled, but arrogant. "Ha!" she said, "I am not afraid of your threats." She denied herself to him. She kept her room rigidly private to herself. But he waited on in a curious patience, belonging to his yearning for her. "In the end," he said to himself with real voluptuous promise, "when it reaches that point, I shall do away with her." And he trembled delicately in every limb, in anticipation, as he trembled in his most violent accesses of passionate approach to her, trembling with too much desire. She had a curious sort of allegiance with Loerke all the while now, something insidious and traitorous. Gerald knew of it, but in the unnatural state of patience and the unwillingness to harden himself against her in which he found himself, he took no notice, although her soft kindliness to the other man, whom he hated as a noxious insect, made him shiver again with an access of the strange shuddering that came over him repeatedly. He left her alone only when he went skiing, a sport he loved, and which she did not practise. Then he seemed to sweep out of life, to be a projectile into the beyond. And often, when he went away, she talked to the little German sculptor. They had an invariable topic in their art. They were almost of the same ideas. He hated Mestrovich, was not satisfied with the Futurists. He liked the West African wooden figures, the Aztec art, Mexican and Central American. He saw the grotesque, and a curious sort of mechanical motion intoxicated him, a confusion in nature. They had a curious game with each other, Gudrun and Loerke, of infinite suggestivity, strange and leering, as if they had some esoteric understanding of life, that they alone were initiated into the fearful central secrets that the world dared not know. Their whole correspondence was in a strange, barely comprehensible suggestivity. They kindled themselves at the subtle lust of the Egyptians or the Mexicans. The whole game was one of subtle intersuggestivity, and they wanted to keep it on the plane of suggestion. From their verbal and physical nuances, they got the highest satisfaction in the nerves, from a queer interchange of half-suggested ideas, looks, expressions, and gestures, which were quite intolerable, though incomprehensible, to Gerald. He had no terms in which to think of their commerce. His terms were much too gross. The suggestion of primitive art was their refuge, and the inner mysteries of sensation their object of worship. Art and life were to them the reality and the unreality. "Of course," said Gudrun, "life doesn't really matter. It is one's art which is central. What one does in one's life has peu de rapport. It doesn't signify much."
"Yes, that is so, exactly," replied the sculptor. "What one does in one's art, that is the breath of one's being. What one does in one's life, that is a bagatelle for the outsiders to fuss about."
It was curious what a sense of elation and freedom Gudrun found in this communication. She felt established for ever. Of course, Gerald was bagatelle. Love was one of the temporal things in her life, except in so far as she was an artist. She thought of Cleopatra. Cleopatra must have been an artist. She reaped the essential from a man. She harvested the ultimate sensation and threw away the husk. And Mary Stuart, and the great Rachel, panting with her lovers after the theatre, these were the exoteric exponents of love. After all, what was the lover but fuel for the transport of this subtle knowledge, for a female art, the art of pure, perfect knowledge in sensuous understanding. The second part of chapter 30 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The second part of chapter 30, Snowed Up. One evening Gerald was arguing with Loerke about Italy and Tripoli. The Englishman was in a strange, inflammable state. The German was excited. It was a contest of words, but it meant a conflict of spirit between the two men. And all the while Gudrun could see in Gerald an arrogant English contempt for a foreigner. Although Gerald was quivering, his eyes flashing, his face flushed, in his argument there was a brusqueness, a savage contempt in his manner that made Gudrun's blood flare up, and made Loerke keen and mortified. For Gerald came down like a sledge-hammer with his assertions. Anything the little German said was merely contemptible rubbish. At last Loerke turned to Gudrun, raising his hands in helpless irony, a shrug of ironical dismissal, something appealing and childlike. "Sehen Sie, gnädige Frau," he began. "Bitte sagen Sie nicht immer, gnädige Frau," cried Gudrun, her eyes flashing, her cheeks burning. She looked like a vivid Medusa. Her voice was loud and clamorous. The other people in the room were startled. "Please don't call me Mrs. Cry," she cried aloud. The name, in Loerke's mouth particularly, had been an intolerable humiliation and constraint upon her these many days. The two men looked at her in amazement. Gerald went white at the cheekbones. "What shall I say, then?" asked Loerke with soft, mocking insinuation. "Sagen Sie nur nicht das," she muttered, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Not that, at least." She saw, by the dawning look on Loerke's face, that he had understood. She was not Mrs. Cry. So that explained a great deal. "Soll ich Fräulein sagen?" he asked malevolently. "I am not married," she said, with some hauteur. Her heart was fluttering now, beating like a bewildered bird. She knew she had dealt a cruel wound, and she could not bear it. Gerald sat erect, perfectly still, his face pale and calm, like the face of a statue. He was unaware of her, or of Loerke, or anybody. He sat perfectly still, in an unalterable calm. Loerke, meanwhile, was crouching and glancing up from under his ducked head. Gudrun was tortured for something to say, to relieve the suspense. She twisted her face in a smile, and glanced knowingly, almost sneering at Gerald. "Truth is best," she said to him, with a grimace. But now again she was under his domination. Now, because she had dealt him this blow, because she had destroyed him, and she did not know how he had taken it. She watched him. He was interesting to her. She had lost her interest in Loerke. Gerald rose at length, and went over in a leisurely, still movement to the Professor. The two began a conversation on Goethe. She was rather piqued by the simplicity of Gerald's demeanour this evening. He did not seem angry or disgusted, only he looked curiously innocent and pure, really beautiful. Sometimes it came upon him, this look of clear distance, and it always fascinated her. She waited, troubled, throughout the evening. She thought he would avoid her or give some sign. But he spoke to her simply and unemotionally, as he would to anyone else in the room. A certain peace, an abstraction, possessed his soul. She went to his room, hotly, violently in love with him. He was so beautiful and inaccessible. He kissed her. He was a lover to her. And she had extreme pleasure of him. But he did not come to. He remained remote and candid, unconscious. She wanted to speak to him. But this innocent, beautiful state of unconsciousness that had come upon him prevented her. She felt tormented and dark. In the morning, however, he looked at her with a little aversion, some horror and some hatred darkening into his eyes. She withdrew on to her old ground, but still he would not gather himself together against her. Loerke was waiting for her now. The little artist, isolated in his own complete envelope, felt that here, at last, was a woman from whom he could get something. He was uneasy all the while, waiting to talk with her, subtly contriving to be near her. Her presence filled him with keenness and excitement. He gravitated cunningly towards her, as if she had some unseen force of attraction. He was not in the least doubtful of himself as regards Gerald. Gerald was one of the outsiders. Loerke only hated him for being rich and proud and of fine appearance. All these things, however, riches, pride of social standing, handsome physique, were externals. When it came to the relation with a woman such as Gudrun, he, Loerke, had an approach and a power that Gerald never dreamed of. How should Gerald hope to satisfy a woman of Gudrun's calibre? Did he think that pride, or masterful will, or physical strength would help him? Loerke knew a secret beyond these things. The greatest power is the one that is subtle and adjusts itself, not one which blindly attacks. And he, Loerke, had understanding where Gerald was a calf. He, Loerke, could penetrate into depths far out of Gerald's knowledge. Gerald was left behind, like a postulant, in the anteroom of this temple of mysteries, this woman. But he, Loerke, could he not penetrate into the inner darkness, find the spirit of the woman in its inner recess, and wrestle with it there, the central serpent that is coiled at the core of life? What was it, after all, that a woman wanted? Was it mere social effect, fulfilment of ambition in the social world, in the community of mankind? Was it even a union in love and goodness? Did she want goodness? Who but a fool would accept this of Gudrun? This was but the street view of her wants. Cross the threshold, and you found her completely cynical about the social world and its advantages. Once inside the house of her soul, and there was a pungent atmosphere of corrosion, an inflamed darkness of sensation, and a vivid, subtle, critical consciousness that saw the world distorted, horrific. What then? What next? Was it sheer blind force of passion that would satisfy her now? Not this, but the subtle thrills of extreme sensation in reduction. It was an unbroken will reacting against her unbroken will in a myriad subtle thrills of reduction. The last subtle activities of analysis and breaking down carried out in the darkness of her, whilst the outside form, the individual, was utterly unchanged, even sentimental in its poses. But between two particular people, any two people on earth, the range of pure sensational experience is limited. The climax of sensual reaction, once reached in any direction, is reached finally. There is no going on. There is only repetition possible, or the going apart of the two protagonists, or the subjugating of the one will to the other, or death. Gerald had penetrated all the outer places of Gudrun's soul. He was to her the most crucial instance of the existing world, the ne plus ultra of the world of man as it existed for her. In him she knew the world and had done with it. Knowing him finally, she was the Alexander seeking new worlds. But there were no new worlds. There were no more men. There were only creatures, little ultimate creatures like Loerke. The world was finished now for her. There was only the inner individual darkness, sensation within the ego, the obscene religious mystery of ultimate reduction, the mystic frictional activities of diabolic reducing down, disintegrating the vital organic body of life. All this Gudrun knew in her subconsciousness, not in her mind. She knew her next step. She knew what she should move on to when she left Gerald. She was afraid of Gerald, that he might kill her. But she did not intend to be killed. A fine thread still united her to him. It should not be her death which broke it. She had further to go, a further, slow, exquisite experience to reap, unthinkable subtleties of sensation to know, before she was finished. Of the last series of subtleties, Gerald was not capable. He could not touch the quick of her. But where his ruder blows could not penetrate, the fine, insinuating blade of Loerke's insect-like comprehension could. At least it was time for her now to pass over to the other, the creature, the final craftsman. She knew that Loerke in his innermost soul was detached from everything. For him there was neither heaven nor earth nor hell. He admitted no allegiance, he gave no adherence anywhere. He was single, and by abstraction from the rest, absolute in himself. Whereas in Gerald's soul there still lingered some attachment to the rest, to the whole. And this was his limitation. He was limited, borné, subject to his necessity, in the last issue, for goodness, for righteousness, for oneness with the ultimate purpose. That the ultimate purpose might be the perfect and subtle experience of the process of death, the will being kept unimpaired, that was not allowed in him, and this was his limitation. There was a hovering triumph in Loerke, since Gudrun had denied her marriage with Gerald. The artist seemed to hover, like a creature on the wing, waiting to settle. He did not approach Gudrun violently, he was never ill-timed, but carried on by a sure instinct, in the complete darkness of his soul, he corresponded mystically with her, imperceptibly, but palpably. For 2 days he talked to her, continued the discussions of art, of life, in which they both found such pleasure. They praised the bygone things, they took a sentimental, childish delight in the achieved perfections of the past. Particularly they liked the late 18th century, the period of Goethe and of Shelley and Mozart. They played with the past, and with the great figures of the past, a sort of little game of chess or marionettes, all to please themselves. They had all the great men for their marionettes, and they too were the god of the show, working it all. As for the future, that they never mentioned, except one laughed out some mocking dream of the destruction of the world by a ridiculous catastrophe of man's invention. A man invented such a perfect explosive that it blew the earth in two, and the two halves set off in different directions through space, to the dismay of the inhabitants. Or else the people of the world divided into two halves, and each half decided it was perfect and right, the other half was wrong and must be destroyed. So another end of the world. Or else, Loerke's dream of fear, the world went cold, and snow fell everywhere, and only white creatures, polar bears, white foxes, and men like awful white snowbirds, persisted in ice cruelty. Apart from these stories, they never talked of the future. They delighted most either in mocking imaginations of destruction, or in sentimental, fine marionette shows of the past. It was a sentimental delight to reconstruct the world of Goethe at Weimar, or of Schiller and poverty and faithful love, or to see again Jean-Jacques in his quakings, or Voltaire at Ferney, or Frederick the Great reading his own poetry. They talked together for hours of literature and sculpture and painting, amusing themselves with Flaxman and Blake and Fuseli, with tenderness, and with Feuerbach and Böcklin. It would take them a lifetime, they felt, to live again, in petto, the lives of the great artists, but they preferred to stay in the 18th and the 19th centuries. They talked in a mixture of languages. The groundwork was French in either case, but he ended most of his sentences in a stumble of English and a conclusion of German. She skilfully wove herself to her end in whatever phrase came to her. She took a peculiar delight in this conversation. It was full of odd, fantastic expression, of double meanings, of evasions, of suggestive vagueness. It was a real physical pleasure to her to make this thread of conversation out of the different coloured strands of 3 languages. And all the while they two were hovering, hesitating round the flame of some invisible declaration. He wanted it, but was held back by some inevitable reluctance. She wanted it also, but she wanted to put it off indefinitely. She still had some pity for Gerald, some connection with him. And the most fatal of all, she had the reminiscent sentimental compassion for herself in connection with him. Because of what had been, she felt herself held to him by immortal, invisible threads. Because of what had been. Because of his coming to her that first night, into her own house, in his extremity. Because Gerald was gradually overcome with a revulsion of loathing for Loerke. He did not take the man seriously. He despised him merely, except as he felt in Gudrun's veins the influence of the little creature. It was this that drove Gerald wild, the feeling in Gudrun's veins of Loerke's presence, Loerke's being flowing dominant through her.
"What makes you so smitten with that little vermin?" he asked,
really puzzled. For he, manlike, could not see anything attractive or important at all in Loerke. Gerald expected to find some handsomeness or nobleness to account for a woman's subjection, but he saw none here, only an insect-like repulsiveness. Gudrun flushed deeply. It was these attacks she would never forgive. "What do you mean?" she replied. "My God, what a mercy I am not married to you!" Her voice of flouting and contempt scotched him. He was brought up short, but he recovered himself.
"Tell me, only tell me,"
he reiterated in a dangerous, narrowed voice.
"Tell me what it is that fascinates you in him."
"I am not fascinated," she said, with cold, repelling innocence.
"Yes, you are. You are fascinated by that little dry snake, like a bird gaping, ready to fall down its throat."
She looked at him with black fury. "I don't choose to be discussed by you," she said.
"It doesn't matter whether you choose or not," he replied. "That doesn't alter the fact that you're ready to fall down and kiss the feet of that little insect. And I don't want to prevent you. Do it. Fall down and kiss his feet. But I want to know. What is it that fascinates you? What is it?"
She was silent, suffused with black rage. "How dare you come browbeating me?" she cried. "How dare you, you little squire, you bully? What right have you over me, do you think?" His face was white and gleaming. She knew by the light in his eyes that she was in his power, the wolf. And because she was in his power, she hated him with a power that she wondered did not kill him. In her will, she killed him as he stood, effaced him.
"It is not a question of right," said Gerald, sitting down on a chair.
She watched the change in his body. She saw his clenched, mechanical body moving there like an obsession. Her hatred of him was tinged with fatal contempt.
"It's not a question of my right over you, though I have some right, remember. I want to know. I only want to know what it is that subjugates you to that little scum of a sculptor downstairs. What it is that brings you down like a humble maggot in worship of him. I want to know what you creep after.
She stood over against the window, listening. Then she turned round. "Do you?" she said, in her most easy, most cutting voice. "Do you want to know what it is in him? It's because he has some understanding of a woman. Because he is not stupid. That's why it is." A queer, sinister, animal-like smile came over Gerald's face.
"But what understanding is it?" he said. "The understanding of a flea, a hopping flea with a proboscis. Why should you crawl abject before the understanding of a flea?"
There passed through Gudrun's mind Blake's representation of the soul of a flea. She wanted to fit it to Loerke. Blake was a clown too. But it was necessary to answer Gerald. "Don't you think the understanding of a flea is more interesting than the understanding of a fool?" she asked.
"A fool?"
he repeated. "A fool, a conceited fool, a Dummkopf," she replied, adding the German word.
"Do you call me a fool?"
he replied.
"Well, wouldn't I rather be the fool I am than that flea downstairs?"
She looked at him. A certain blunt, blind stupidity in him palled on her soul, limiting her. "You give yourself away by that last," she said. He sat and wondered.
"I shall go away soon,"
he said. She turned on him. "Remember," she said, "I am completely independent of you. Completely. You make your arrangements, I make mine." He pondered this.
"You mean we are strangers from this minute?" he asked.
She halted and flushed. He was putting her in a trap, forcing her hand. She turned round on him. "Strangers," she said, "we can never be. But if you want to make any movement apart from me, then I wish you to know you are perfectly free to do so. Do not consider me in the slightest." Even so slight an implication that she needed him, and was depending on him still, was sufficient to rouse his passion. As he sat, a change came over his body. The hot, molten stream mounted involuntarily through his veins. He groaned inwardly under its bondage, but he loved it. He looked at her with clear eyes, waiting for her. She knew at once, and was shaken with cold revulsion. How could he look at her with those clear, warm, waiting eyes, waiting for her even now? What had been said between them? Was it not enough to put them worlds asunder, to freeze them for ever apart? And yet he was all transfused and roused, waiting for her. It confused her. Turning her head aside, she said, "I shall always tell you, whenever I'm going to make any change." And with this she moved out of the room.
He sat suspended in a fine recoil of disappointment that seemed gradually to be destroying his understanding. But the unconscious state of patience persisted in him. He remained motionless, without thought or knowledge, for a long time. Then he rose and went downstairs to play at chess with one of the students. His face was open and clear, with a certain innocent laissez-aller that troubled Gudrun most, made her almost afraid of him, whilst she disliked him deeply for it. It was after this that Loerke, who had never yet spoken to her personally, began to ask her of her state. "You are not married at all, are you?" he asked. She looked full at him. "Not in the least," she replied in her measured way. Loerke laughed, wrinkling up his face oddly. There was a thin wisp of his hair straying on his forehead. She noticed that his skin was of a clear brown colour, his hands, his wrists. And his hands seemed closely prehensile. He seemed like topaz, so strangely brownish and pellucid. "Good," he said. Still, it needed some courage for him to go on. "Was Mrs. Birkin your sister?" he asked. "Yes." "And was she married?" "She was married." "Have you parents, then?" "Yes," said Gudrun, "we have parents." And she told him briefly, laconically, her position. He watched her closely, curiously, all the while. "So," he exclaimed with some surprise. "And the Herr Krei, is he rich?" "Yes, he is rich, a coal owner." "How long has your friendship with him lasted?" "Some months." There was a pause. "Yes, I am surprised," he said at length. "The English, I thought they were so cold." "And what do you think to do when you leave here?" "What do I think to do?" she repeated. "Yes. You cannot go back to the teaching." "No," he shrugged his shoulders, "that is impossible. Leave that to the canaille who can do nothing else. You, for your part, you know, you are a remarkable woman, eine seltsame Frau. Why deny it? Why make any question of it? You are an extraordinary woman. Why should you follow the ordinary course, the ordinary life?" Gudrun sat looking at her hands, flushed. She was pleased that he said, so simply, that she was a remarkable woman. He would not say that to flatter her. He was far too self-opinionated and objective by nature. He said it as he would say a piece of sculpture was remarkable, because he knew it was so. And it gratified her to hear it from him. Other people had such a passion to make everything of one degree, of one pattern. In England it was chic to be perfectly ordinary, and it was a relief to her to be acknowledged extraordinary. Then she need not fret about the common standards. "You see," she said, "I have no money whatsoever." "Ach, money!" he cried, lifting his shoulders. "When one is grown up, money is lying about at one's service. It is only when one is young that it is rare. Take no thought for money. That always lies to hand." "Does it?" she said, laughing.
"Always. The Gerald will give you a sum if you ask him for it.
She flushed deeply. I will ask anybody else, she said with some difficulty, but not him. Loerke looked closely at her.
Good, he said. Then let it be somebody else. Only don't go back to that England, that school. No, that is stupid.
Again there was a pause. He was afraid to ask her outright to go with him. He was not even quite sure he wanted her, and she was afraid to be asked. He begrudged his own isolation, was very chary of sharing his life, even for a day. The only other place I know is Paris, she said, and I can't stand that. She looked with her wide, steady eyes full at Loerke. He lowered his head and averted his face.
Paris, no, he said. Between the religion d'amour and the latest ism and the new turning to Jesus, one had better ride on a carousel all day. But come to Dresden. I have a studio there. I can give you work. Oh, that would be easy enough. I haven't seen any of your things, but I believe in you. Come to Dresden. That is a fine town to be in, and as good a life as you can expect of a town. You have everything there, without the foolishness of Paris or the beer of Munich.
He sat and looked at her coldly. What she liked about him was that he spoke to her simple and flat, as to himself. He was a fellow craftsman, a fellow being to her, first.
No, Paris, he resumed. It makes me sick. Pah, l'amour. I detest it. L'amour. L'amore, die Liebe. I detest it in every language. Women and love. There is no greater tedium, he cried.
She was slightly offended, and yet this was her own basic feeling. Men and love, there was no greater tedium. I think the same, she said.
A bore, he repeated. What does it matter whether I wear this hat or another? So love, I needn't wear a hat at all, only for convenience. Neither need I love, except for convenience. I tell you what, gnädige Frau.
And he leaned towards her. Then he made a quick, odd gesture, as of striking something aside.
Gnädige Fräulein, never mind. I tell you what, I would give everything, all your love, for a little companionship in intelligence.
His eyes flickered darkly, evilly at her.
You understand?
He asked, with a faint smile.
It wouldn't matter if she were 100 years old, 1,000. It would be all the same to me, so that she can understand.
He shut his eyes with a little snap. Again, Gudrun was rather offended. Did he not think her good-looking, then? Suddenly she laughed. I shall have to wait about 80 years to suit you at that, she said. I am ugly enough, aren't I? He looked at her with an artist's sudden, critical, estimating eye.
You are beautiful, he said, and I am glad of it. But it isn't that. It isn't that, he cried with emphasis that flattered her. It is that you have a certain wit. It is the kind of understanding. For me, I am little, chétif, insignificant. Good. Do not ask me to be strong and handsome then. But it is the me. He put his fingers to his mouth oddly. It is the me that is looking for a mistress, and my me is waiting for the thee of the mistress, for the match to my particular intelligence. You understand?
Yes, she said, I understand.
As for the other, this amour.
He made a gesture, dashing his hand aside, as if to dash away something troublesome.
It is unimportant, unimportant. Does it matter whether I drink white wine this evening, or whether I drink nothing? It does not matter. It does not matter. So this love, this amour, this baiser, yes or no, soit ou soit pas, today, tomorrow, or never, it is all the same. It does not matter, no more than the white wine.
He ended with an odd dropping of the head in a desperate negation. Gudrun watched him steadily. She had gone pale. Suddenly she stretched over and seized his hand in her own. "That is true," she said, in rather a high, vehement voice. "That is true for me too. It is the understanding that matters." He looked up at her, almost frightened, furtive. Then he nodded, a little sullenly. She let go his hand. He had not made the lightest response, and they sat in silence. "Do you know," he said, suddenly looking at her with dark, self-important, prophetic eyes, "your fate and mine, they will run together till—" and he broke off in a little grimace. "Till when?" she asked, blanched, her lips going white. She was terribly susceptible to these evil prognostications, but he only shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know." End of the second. The third part of chapter 30 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. The third part of chapter 30, Snowed Up. Gerald did not come in from his skiing until nightfall. He missed the coffee and cake that she took at 4 o'clock. The snow was in perfect condition. He had travelled a long way, by himself, among the snow ridges, on his skis. He had climbed high, so high that he could see over the top of the pass, 5 miles distant, could see the Marienhütte, the hostel on the crest of the pass, half buried in snow, and over into the deep valley beyond, to the dusk of the pine trees. One could go that way home, but he shuddered with nausea at the thought of home. One could travel on skis down there, and come to the old Imperial Road below the pass. But why come to any road? He revolted at the thought of finding himself in the world again. He must stay up there in the snow for ever. He had been happy by himself, high up there, alone, travelling swiftly on skis, taking far flights,
and skimming past the dark rocks veined with brilliant snow. But he felt something icy gathering at his heart. This strange mood of patience and innocence, which had persisted in him for some days, was passing away. He would be left again a prey to the horrible passions and tortures. So he came down reluctantly, snow-burned, snow-estranged, to the house in the hollow, between the knuckles of the mountain-tops. He saw its lights shining yellow, and he held back, wishing he need not go in to confront those people, to hear the turmoil of voices, and to feel the confusion of other presences. He was isolated, as if there were a vacuum round his heart, or a sheath of pure ice. The moment he saw Gudrun, something jolted in his soul. She was looking rather lofty and superb, smiling slowly and graciously to the Germans. A sudden desire leapt in his heart to kill her. He thought, what a perfect, voluptuous fulfilment it would be to kill her. His mind was absent all the evening, estranged by the snow and his passion. But he kept the idea constant within him. What a perfect, voluptuous consummation it would be to strangle her, to strangle every spark of life out of her, till she lay completely inert, soft, relaxed for ever. A soft heap, lying dead between his hands, utterly dead. Then he would have had her finally and for ever. There would be such a perfect, voluptuous finality. Gudrun was unaware of what he was feeling. He seemed so quiet and amiable as usual. His amiability even made her feel brutal towards him. She went into his room when he was partially undressed. She did not notice the curious, glad gleam of pure hatred with which he looked at her. She stood near the door with her hand behind her. "I have been thinking, Gerald," she said, with an insulting nonchalance, "that I shall not go back to England." "Oh," he said. "Where will you go, then?" But she ignored his question. She had her own logical statement to make, and it must be made as she had thought it. "I can't see the use of going back," she continued. "It is over between me and you." She paused for him to speak, but he said nothing. He was only talking to himself, saying, "Over, is it? I believe it is over. But it isn't finished. Remember, it isn't finished. We must put some sort of a finish on it. There must be a conclusion. There must be finality." So he talked to himself, but aloud he said nothing whatever. "What has been," she continued. "There is nothing that I regret. I hope you regret nothing." She waited for him to speak. "Oh, I regret nothing," he said accommodatingly. "Good, then," she answered. "Good, then. Then neither of us cherishes any regrets, which is as it should be." "Quite as it should be," he said aimlessly.
She paused to gather up her thread again. "Our attempt has been a failure," she said, "but we can try again elsewhere." A little flicker of rage ran through his blood. It was as if she were rousing him, goading him. Why must she do it?
"Attempt at what?" he asked.
"At being lovers, I suppose," she said, a little baffled, yet so trivial she made it all seem.
"Our attempt at being lovers has been a failure?" he repeated aloud.
To himself he was saying,
"I ought to kill her here. There is only this left, for me to kill her."
A heavy, overcharged desire to bring about her death possessed him. She was unaware. "Hasn't it?" she asked. "Do you think it has been a success?" Again the insult of the flippant question ran through his blood like a current of fire.
"It had some of the elements of success, our relationship," he replied. "It might have come off."
But he paused before concluding the last phrase. Even as he began the sentence, he did not believe in what he was going to say. He knew it never could have been a success. "No," she replied, "you cannot love."
"And you?" he asked.
Her wide, dark-filled eyes were fixed on him like two moons of darkness. "I couldn't love you," she said, with stark, cold truth. A blinding flash went over his brain. His body jolted. His heart had burst into flame. His consciousness was gone into his wrists, into his hands. He was one blind, incontinent desire to kill her. His wrists were bursting. There would be no satisfaction till his hands had closed on her. But even before his body swerved forward on her, a sudden cunning comprehension was expressed on her face, and in a flash she was out of the door. She ran in one flash to her room, and locked herself in. She was afraid, but confident. She knew her life trembled on the edge of an abyss, but she was curiously sure of her footing. She knew her cunning could outwit him. She trembled as she stood in her room, with excitement and awful exhilaration. She knew she could outwit him. She could depend on her presence of mind and on her wits. But it was a fight to the death. She knew it now. One slip, and she was lost. She had a strange, tense, exhilarated sickness in her body, as one who is in peril of falling from a great height, but who does not look down, does not admit the fear. "I will go away the day after tomorrow," she said. She only did not want Gerald to think that she was afraid of him, that she was running away because she was afraid of him. She was not afraid of him, fundamentally. She knew it was her safeguard to avoid his physical violence, but even physically she was not afraid of him. She wanted to prove it to him. When she had proved it, that, whatever he was, she was not afraid of him, when she had proved that, she could leave him for ever. But meanwhile, the fight between them, terrible as she knew it to be, was inconclusive. and she wanted to be confident in herself. However many terrors she might have, she would be unafraid, uncowed by him. He could never cow her, nor dominate her, nor have any right over her. This she would maintain until she had proved it. Once it was proved, she was free of him for ever. But she had not proved it yet, neither to him nor to herself. And this was what still bound her to him. She was bound to him. She could not live beyond him. She sat up in bed, closely wrapped up, for many hours, thinking endlessly to herself. It was as if she would never have done weaving the great provision of her thoughts. "It isn't as if he really loved me," she said to herself. "He doesn't. Every woman he comes across, he wants to make her in love with him. He doesn't even know that he is doing it, but there he is, before every woman. He unfurls his male attractiveness, displays his great desirability. He tries to make every woman think how wonderful it would be to have him for a lover. His very ignoring of the women is part of the game. He is never unconscious of them. He should have been a cockerel, so he could strut before 50 females, all his subjects. But really, his Don Juan does not interest me. I could play Donna Juanita 1,000,000 times better than he plays Juan. He bores me, you know. His maleness bores me. Nothing is so boring, so inherently stupid and stupidly conceited. Really, the fathomless conceit of these men, it is ridiculous, the little strutters. They are all alike. Look at Birkin. Built out of the limitation of conceit they are, and nothing else. Really, nothing but their ridiculous limitation and intrinsic insignificance could make them so conceited. As for Loerke, there is 1,000 times more in him than in a Gerald. Gerald is so limited. There is a dead end to him. He would grind on at the old mills for ever. And really there is no corn between the millstones any more. They grind on and on when there is nothing to grind, saying the same things, believing the same things, acting the same things. Oh, my God, it would wear out the patience of a stone. I don't worship Loerke, but at any rate he is a free individual. He is not stiff with conceit of his own maleness. He is not grinding dutifully at the old mills. Oh, God, when I think of Gerald and his work, those offices at Beldover, and the mines, it makes my heart sick. What have I to do with it? And him thinking he can be a lover to a woman. One might as well ask it of a self-satisfied lamp-post. These men with their eternal jobs, and their eternal mills of God that keep on grinding at nothing. It is too boring, just boring. How ever did I come to take him seriously at all? At least in Dresden one will have one's back to it all, and there will be amusing things to do. It will be amusing to go to these eurythmic displays and the German opera, the German theatre. It will be amusing to take part in German bohemian life. And Loerke is an artist. He is a free individual. One will escape from so much. That is the chief thing. Escape so much hideous, boring repetition of vulgar actions, vulgar phrases, vulgar postures. I don't delude myself that I shall find an elixir of life in Dresden. I know I shan't. But I shall get away from people who have their own homes, and their own children, and their own acquaintances, and their own this, and their own that. I shall be among people who don't own things, and who haven't got a home and a domestic servant in the background, who haven't got a standing and a status and a degree and a circle of friends of the same. Oh, God, the wheels within wheels of people. It makes one's head tick like a clock, with a very madness of dead mechanical monotony and meaninglessness. How I hate life! How I hate it! How I hate the Geralds, that they can offer one nothing else. Shortlands, heavens! Think of living there 1 week, then the next, and then the third. No, I won't think of it. It is too much. And she broke off, really terrified, really unable to bear any more. The thought of the mechanical succession of day following day ad infinitum, was one of the things that made her heart palpitate with a real approach of madness. The terrible bondage of this tick-tack of time, this twitching of the hands of the clock, this eternal repetition of hours and days. Oh, God, it was too awful to contemplate. And there was no escape from it. No escape. She almost wished Gerald were with her to save her from the terror of her own thoughts. Oh, how she suffered, lying there alone, confronted by the terrible clock, with its eternal tick-tack. All life resolved itself into this tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack. Then the striking of the hour, then the tick-tack, tick-tack, and the twitching of the clock fingers. Gerald could not save her from it. He, his body, his motion, his life, it was the same ticking, the same twitching across the dial, a horrible, mechanical twitching forward over the face of the hours. What were his kisses, his embraces? She could hear their tick-tack, tick-tack. She laughed to herself, so frightened that she was trying to laugh it off. Oh, how maddening it was, to be sure, to be sure. Then, with a fleeting, self-conscious motion, she wondered if she would be very much surprised, on rising in the morning, to realise that her hair had turned white. She had felt it turning white so often, under the intolerable burden of her thoughts and her sensations. Yet there it remained, brown as ever, and there she was herself, looking a picture of health. Perhaps she was healthy. Perhaps it was only her unabateable health that left her so exposed to the truth. If she were sickly, she would have her illusions, imaginations. As it was, there was no escape. She must always see and know and never escape. She could never escape. There she was, placed before the clock face of life. And if she turned round, as in a railway station, to look at the bookstall, still she could see, with her very spine, she could see the clock, always the great white clock face. In vain she fluttered the leaves of books, or made statuettes in clay. She knew she was not really reading. She was not really working. She was watching the fingers twitch across the eternal, mechanical, monotonous clock face of time. She never really lived. She only watched. Indeed, she was like a little 12-hour clock, vis-à-vis with the enormous clock of eternity. There she was, like dignity and impudence, or impudence and dignity. The picture pleased her. Didn't her face really look like a clock dial, rather roundish and often pale and impassive? She would have got up to look in the mirror, but the thought of the sight of her own face, that was like a 12-hour clock dial, filled her with such deep terror that she hastened to think of something else. Oh, why wasn't somebody kind to her? Why wasn't there somebody who would take her in their arms, and hold her to their breast, and give her rest, pure, deep, healing rest? Oh, why wasn't there somebody to take her in their arms and fold her, safe and perfect, for sleep? She wanted so much this perfect, enfolded sleep. She lay always so unsheathed in sleep. She would lie always unsheathed in sleep, unrelieved, unsaved. Oh, how could she bear it, this endless unrelief, this eternal unrelief? Gerald, could he fold her in his arms and sheathe her in sleep? Ha! He needed putting to sleep himself, poor Gerald. That was all he needed. What did he do? He made the burden for her greater. The burden of her sleep was the more intolerable when he was there. He was an added weariness upon her unripening nights, her unfruitful slumbers. Perhaps he got some repose from her. Perhaps he did. Perhaps this was what he was always dogging her for, like a child that is famished, crying for the breast. Perhaps this was the secret of his passion, his forever unquenched desire for her, that he needed her to put him to sleep, to give him repose. What then? Was she his mother? Had she asked for a child whom she must nurse through the nights for her lover? She despised him. She despised him. She hardened her heart. An infant crying in the night, this Don Juan. Oh, but how she hated the infant crying in the night. She would murder it gladly. She would stifle it and bury it as Hetty Sorrel did. No doubt Hetty Sorrel's infant cried in the night. No doubt Arthur Donnithorne's infant would. Ha! The Arthur Donnithornes, the Geralds of this world, so manly by day, yet all the while such a crying of infants in the night. Let them turn into mechanisms, let them become instruments, pure machines, pure wills, that work like clockwork in perpetual repetition. Let them be this. Let them be taken up entirely in their work. Let them be perfect parts of a great machine, having a slumber of constant repetition. Let Gerald manage his firm. There he would be satisfied as a wheelbarrow that goes backwards and forwards along a plank all day. She had seen it. The wheelbarrow, the one humble wheel, the unit of the firm. Then the cart with 2 wheels, then the truck with 4, then the donkey engine with 8, then the winding engine with 16, and so on, till it came to the miner with 1,000 wheels, and then the electrician with 3,000, and the underground manager with 20,000, and the general manager with 100,000 little wheels working away to complete his make-up. And then Gerald, with 1,000,000 wheels and cogs and axles. Poor Gerald, such a lot of little wheels to his make-up. He was more intricate than a chronometer watch. But oh, heavens, what weariness! What weariness, God above! A chronometer watch, a beetle. Her soul fainted with utter ennui from the thought. So many wheels to count and consider and calculate. Enough, enough. There was an end to man's capacity for complications even. Or perhaps there was no end. Meanwhile, Gerald sat in his room reading. When Gudrun was gone, he was left stupefied with arrested desire. He sat on the side of the bed for an hour, stupefied, little strands of consciousness appearing and reappearing, but he did not move. For a long time he remained inert, his head dropped on his breast. Then he looked up and realized that he was going to bed. He was cold. Soon he was lying down in the dark. But what he could not bear was the darkness. The solid darkness confronting him drove him mad. So he rose and made a light. He remained seated for a while, staring in front. He did not think of Gudrun. He did not think of anything. Then suddenly he went downstairs for a book. He had all his life been in terror of the nights that should come when he could not sleep. He knew that this would be too much for him, to have to face nights of sleeplessness and of horrified watching the hours. So he sat for hours in bed, like a statue,
reading. His mind, hard and acute, read on rapidly, his body understood nothing. In a state of rigid unconsciousness, he read on through the night till morning, when, weary and disgusted in spirit, disgusted most of all with himself, he slept for 2 hours. Then he got up, hard and full of energy. Gudrun scarcely spoke to him, except at coffee, when she said, "I shall be leaving tomorrow."
"We will go together as far as Innsbruck for appearance's sake?" he asked.
"Perhaps," she said. She said perhaps between the sips of her coffee, and the sound of her taking her breath in the word was nauseous to him. He rose quickly to be away from her. He went and made arrangements for the departure on the morrow. Then, taking some food, he set out for the day on the skis. Perhaps, he said to the Wirt, he would go up to the Marienhütte, perhaps to the village below. To Gudrun this day was full of a promise, like spring. She felt an approaching release, a new fountain of life rising up in her. It gave her pleasure to dawdle through her packing. It gave her pleasure to dip into books, to try on her different garments, to look at herself in the glass. She felt a new lease of life was come upon her, and she was happy like a child, very attractive and beautiful to everybody, with her soft, luxuriant figure and her happiness. Yet underneath was death itself. In the afternoon she had to go out with Loerke. Her tomorrow was perfectly vague before her. This was what gave her pleasure. She might be going to England with Gerald, she might be going to Dresden with Loerke, she might be going to Munich, to a girl-friend she had there. Anything might come to pass on the morrow. And today was the white, snowy, iridescent threshold of all possibility. All possibility, that was the charm to her. The lovely, iridescent, indefinite charm, pure illusion. All possibility, because death was inevitable, and nothing was possible but death. She did not want things to materialize, to take any definite shape. She wanted suddenly, at one moment of the journey tomorrow, to be wafted into an utterly new course by some utterly unforeseen event or motion. So that, although she wanted to go out with Loerke for the last time into the snow, she did not want to be serious or businesslike. And Loerke was not a serious figure. In his brown velvet cap, that made his head as round as a chestnut, with the brown velvet flaps loose and wild over his ears, and a wisp of elf-like thin black hair blowing above his full, elf-like dark eyes, the shiny, transparent brown skin crinkling up into odd grimaces on his small-featured face, he looked an odd little boy-man, a bat. But in his figure, in the greeny loden suit, he looked chétif and puny, still strangely different from the rest. He had taken a little toboggan for the two of them, and they trudged between the blinding slopes of snow that burned their now hardening faces, laughing in an endless sequence of quips and jests and polyglot fancies. The fancies were the reality to both of them. They were both so happy, tossing about the little coloured balls of verbal humour and whimsicality. Their natures seemed to sparkle in full interplay,
They were enjoying a pure game, and they wanted to keep it on the level of a game, their relationship. Such a fine game. Loerke did not take the tobogganing very seriously. He put no fire and intensity into it as Gerald did, which pleased Gudrun. She was weary, oh, so weary, of Gerald's gripped intensity of physical motion. Loerke let the sledge go wildly and gaily like a flying leaf, and when at a bend he pitched both her and him out into the snow, he only waited for them both to pick themselves up unhurt off the keen white ground, to be laughing and pert as a pixie. She knew he would be making ironical, playful remarks as he wandered in hell, if he were in the humour. And that pleased her immensely. It seemed like a rising above the dreariness of actuality, the monotony of contingencies. They played till the sun went down, in pure amusement, careless and timeless. Then, as the little sledge twirled riskily to rest at the bottom of the slope, "Wait," he said suddenly, and he produced from somewhere a large thermos flask, a packet of Kekse, and a bottle of schnapps. "Oh, Loerke," she cried, "what an inspiration! What a comble de joie, indeed! What is the schnapps?" He looked at it and laughed. "Heidelbeer," he said. "No, from the bilberries under the snow. Doesn't it look as if it were distilled from snow? Can you—" she sniffed and sniffed at the bottle. "Can you smell bilberries? Isn't it wonderful? It is exactly as if one could smell them through the snow." She stamped her foot lightly on the ground. He kneeled down and whistled, and put his ear to the snow. As he did so, his black eyes twinkled up. She laughed, warmed by the whimsical way in which he mocked at her verbal extravagances. He was always teasing her, mocking her ways. But as he in his mockery was even more absurd than she in her extravagances, what could one do but laugh and feel liberated? She could feel their voices, hers and his, ringing silvery, like bells in the frozen, motionless air of the first twilight. How perfect it was! How very perfect it was, this silvery isolation and interplay. She sipped the hot coffee, whose fragrance flew around them like bees murmuring around flowers in the snowy air. She drank tiny sips of the Heidelbeerwasser. She ate the cold, sweet, creamy wafers. How good everything was! How perfect everything tasted and smelled and sounded, here in this utter stillness of snow and falling twilight. "You are going away tomorrow?" his voice came at last. "Yes." There was a pause, when the evening seemed to rise in its silent, ringing pallor infinitely high, to the infinite which was near at hand. "Wohin?" That was the question. Wohin? Whither? Wohin? What a lovely word! She never wanted it answered. Let it chime for ever. "I don't know," she said, smiling at him. He caught the smile from her. "One never does," he said. "One never does," she repeated. There was a silence, wherein he ate biscuits rapidly, as a rabbit eats leaves. "But," he laughed, "where will you take a ticket to?" "Oh, heaven!" she cried. "One must take a ticket." Here was a blow. She saw herself at the wicket at the railway station. Then a relieving thought came to her. She breathed freely. "But one needn't go," she cried. "Certainly not," he said. "I mean, one needn't go where one's ticket says." That struck him. One might take a ticket, so as not to travel to the destination it indicated. One might break off and avoid the destination. A point located. That was an idea. "Then take a ticket to London," he said. "One should never go there." "Right," she answered. He poured a little coffee into a tin can. "You won't tell me where you will go?" he asked. "Really and truly," she said, "I don't know. It depends which way the wind blows." He looked at her quizzically. Then he pursed up his lips like Zephyrus, blowing across the snow. "It goes towards Germany," he said. "I believe so," she laughed. Suddenly they were aware of a vague white figure near them. It was Gerald. Gudrun's heart leapt in sudden terror, profound terror. She rose to her feet.
"They told me where you were,"
came Gerald's voice, like a judgment in the whitish air of twilight.
"Maria, you come like a ghost!" exclaimed Loerke.
Gerald did not answer. His presence was unnatural and ghostly to them. Loerke shook the flask. Then he held it inverted over the snow. Only a few brown drops trickled out. "All gone," he said. To Gerald, the smallish, odd figure of the German was distinct and objective, as if seen through field glasses. And he disliked the small figure exceedingly. He wanted it removed. Then Loerke rattled the box which held the biscuits. "Biscuits there are still," he said. And reaching from his seated posture in the sledge, he handed them to Gudrun. She fumbled and took one. He would have held them to Gerald, but Gerald so definitely did not want to be offered a biscuit, that Loerke, rather vaguely, put the box aside. Then he took up the small bottle and held it to the light. "Also there is some schnapps," he said to himself. Then suddenly he elevated the bottle gallantly in the air, a strange, grotesque figure leaning towards Gudrun, and said, "Gnädiges Fräulein," he said. "Wohl—" There was a crack. The bottle was flying. Loerke had started back. The three stood quivering in violent emotion. Loerke turned to Gerald, a devilish leer on his bright-skinned face. "Well done," he said in a satirical, demoniac frenzy. "C'est le sport, sans doute." The next instant he was sitting ludicrously in the snow, Gerald's fist having rung against the side of his head. But Loerke pulled himself together, rose, quivering, looking full at Gerald, his body weak and furtive, but his eyes demoniacal with satire. "Vive le héros! Vive—" But he flinched, as in a black flash Gerald's fist came upon him, banged into the other side of his head, and sent him aside like a broken straw. But Gudrun moved forward. She raised her clenched hand high, and brought it down with a great downward stroke onto the face and onto the breast of Gerald. A great astonishment burst upon him. as if the air had broken. Wide, wide, his soul opened in wonder, feeling the pain. Then it laughed, turning with strong hands outstretched, at last, to take the apple of his desire. At last he could finish his desire. He took the throat of Gudrun between his hands that were hard and indomitably powerful. And her throat was beautifully, so beautifully soft, save that within he could feel the slippery cords of her life. And this he crushed. This he could crush. What bliss! Oh, what bliss! At last! What satisfaction! At last! The pure zest of satisfaction filled his soul. He was watching the unconsciousness come into her swollen face, watching the eyes roll back. How ugly she was! What a fulfilment! What a satisfaction! How good this was! Oh, how good it was! What a God-given gratification at last! He was unconscious of her fighting and struggling. The struggling was her reciprocal, lustful passion in this embrace. The more violent it became, the greater the frenzy of delight, till the zenith was reached, the crisis. The struggle was overborne. Her movement became softer, appeased. Loerke roused himself on the snow, too dazed and hurt to get up. Only his eyes were conscious.
Monsieur,
he said in his thin, roused voice, quand vous aurez fini? A revulsion of contempt and disgust came over Gerald's soul. The disgust went to the very bottom of him, a nausea. Ah, what was he doing? To what depths was he letting himself go? As if he cared about her enough to kill her, to have her life on his hands. A weakness ran over his body, a terrible relaxing, a thaw, a decay of strength. Without knowing, he had let go his grip, and Gudrun had fallen to her knees. Must he see? Must he know? A fearful weakness possessed him. His joints were turned to water. He drifted as on a wind, veered and went drifting away.
I didn't want it, really,
was the last confession of disgust in his soul, as he drifted up the slope, weak, finished, only sheering off unconsciously from any further contact.
I've had enough. I want to go to sleep. I've had enough.
He was sunk under a sense of nausea. He was weak, but he did not want to rest. He wanted to go on and on to the end, never again to stay till he came to the end. That was all the desire that remained to him. So he drifted on and on, unconscious and weak, not thinking of anything, so long as he could keep in action. The twilight spread a weird, unearthly light overhead, bluish rose in colour. The cold blue night sank on the snow. In the valley below, behind, in the great bed of snow, were two small figures. Gudrun dropped on her knees, like one executed, and Loerke sitting propped up near her. That was all. Gerald stumbled on up the slope of snow in the bluish darkness, always climbing, always unconsciously climbing, weary though he was. On his left was a steep slope with black rocks and fallen masses of rock, and veins of snow slashing in and about the blackness of rock. Veins of snow slashing vaguely in and about the blackness of rock. Yet there was no sound. All this made no noise. To add to his difficulty, a small bright moon shone brilliantly just ahead, on the right. A painful, brilliant thing that was always there, unremitting, from which there was no escape. He wanted so to come to the end. He had had enough. Yet he did not sleep. He surged painfully up, sometimes having to cross a slope of black rock that was blown bare of snow. Here he was afraid of falling, very much afraid of falling. And high up here on the crest moved a wind that almost overpowered him with a sleep-heavy iciness. Only it was not here, the end, and he must still go on. His indefinite nausea would not let him stay. Having gained one ridge, he saw the vague shadow of something higher in front. Always higher, always higher. He knew he was following the track towards the summit of the slopes, where was the Marienhütte and the descent on the other side. But he was not really conscious. He only wanted to go on whilst he could, to move, to keep going, that was all, to keep going until it was finished. He had lost all his sense of place, and yet, in the remaining instinct of life, his feet sought the track where the skis had gone. He slithered down a sheer snow slope. That frightened him. He had no alpenstock, nothing. But having come safely to rest, he began to walk on in the illuminated darkness. It was as cold as sleep. He was between two ridges in a hollow, so he swerved. Should he climb the other ridge, or wander along the hollow? How frail the thread of his being was stretched! He would perhaps climb the ridge. The snow was firm and simple. He went along. There was something standing out of the snow. He approached with dimmest curiosity. It was a half-buried crucifix, a little Christ under a little sloping hood, at the top of a pole. He sheered away. Somebody was going to murder him. He had a great dread of being murdered, but it was a dread which stood outside him, like his own ghost. Yet why be afraid? It was bound to happen, to be murdered. He looked round in terror at the snow. the rocking, pale, shadowy slopes of the upper world. He was bound to be murdered. He could see it. This was the moment when death was uplifted, and there was no escape. Lord Jesus, was it then bound to be? Lord Jesus! He could feel the blow descending. He knew he was murdered. Vaguely wandering forward, his hands lifted, as if to feel what would happen. He was waiting for the moment when he would stop, when it would cease. It was not over yet. He had come to the hollow basin of snow, surrounded by sheer slopes and precipices, out of which rose a track that brought one to the top of the mountain. But he wandered unconsciously, till he slipped and fell down. And as he fell, something broke in his soul, and immediately he went to sleep. End of Chapter 31 of Women in Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Women in Love by D.H. Lawrence. Chapter 31. Exeunt. When they brought the body home the next morning, Gudrun was shut up in her room. From her window she saw men coming along with a burden over the snow. She sat still and let the minutes go by. There came a tap at her door. She opened. There stood a woman, saying softly, oh, far too reverently, "They have found him, madam." "Il est mort?" "Yes, hours ago." Gudrun did not know what to say. What should she say? What should she feel? What should she do? What did they expect of her? She was coldly at a loss. "Thank you," she said, and she shut the door of her room. The woman went away mortified. Not a word, not a tear. Oh, Gudrun was cold, a cold woman. Gudrun sat on in her room, her face pale and impassive. What was she to do? She could not weep and make a scene. She could not alter herself. She sat motionless, hiding from people. Her one motive was to avoid actual contact with events. She only wrote out a long telegram to Ursula and Birkin. In the afternoon, however, she rose suddenly to look for Loerke. She glanced with apprehension at the door of the room that had been Gerald's. Not for worlds would she enter there. She found Loerke sitting alone in the lounge. She went straight up to him. "It isn't true, is it?" she said. He looked up at her. A small smile of misery twisted his face. He shrugged his shoulders. "True?" he echoed. "We haven't killed him?" she asked. He disliked her coming to him in such a manner. He raised his shoulders wearily. "It has happened," he said. She looked at him.
He sat crushed and frustrated for the time being, quite as emotionless and barren as herself. My God, this was a barren tragedy. Barren, barren. She returned to her room to wait for Ursula and Birkin. She wanted to get away, only to get away. She could not think or feel until she had got away, till she was loosed from this position. The day passed. The next day came. She heard the sledge, saw Ursula and Birkin alight, and she shrank from these also. Ursula came straight up to her. "Gudrun!" she cried, the tears running down her cheeks, and she took her sister in her arms. Gudrun hid her face on Ursula's shoulder, but still she could not escape the cold devil of irony that froze her soul. "Ah," she thought, "this is the right behaviour." But she could not weep, and the sight of her cold, pale, impassive face soon stopped the fountain of Ursula's tears. In a few moments the sisters had nothing to say to each other. "Was it very vile to be dragged back here again?" Gudrun asked at length. Ursula looked up in some bewilderment. "I never thought of it," she said. "I felt a beast fetching you," said Gudrun, "but I simply couldn't see people. That is too much for me." "Yes," said Ursula, chilled. Birkin tapped and entered. His face was white and expressionless. She knew he knew. He gave her his hand, saying, "The end of this trip, at any rate." Gudrun glanced at him, afraid. There was silence between the three of them, nothing to be said. At length Ursula asked in a small voice, "Have you seen him?" He looked back at Ursula with a hard, cold look, and did not trouble to answer. "Have you seen him?" she repeated. "I have," he said coldly. Then he looked at Gudrun. "Have you done anything?" he said. "Nothing," she replied. "Nothing." She shrank in cold disgust from making any statement. "Loerke says that Gerald came to you when you were sitting on the sledge at the bottom of the Rudelbahn, that you had words, and Gerald walked away. What were the words about? I had better know, so that I can satisfy the authorities, if necessary." Gudrun looked up at him, white, childlike, mute with trouble. "There weren't even any words," she said. "He knocked Loerke down and stunned him. He half strangled me. Then he went away." To herself she was saying, "A pretty little sample of the eternal triangle." And she turned ironically away, because she knew that the fight had been between Gerald and herself, and that the presence of the third party was a mere contingency, an inevitable contingency perhaps, but a contingency none the less. But let them have it as an example of the eternal triangle, the trinity of hate. It would be simpler for them. Birkin went away, his manner cold and abstracted. But she knew he would do things for her nevertheless. He would see her through. She smiled slightly to herself with contempt. Let him do the work.
since he was so extremely good at looking after other people. Birkin went again to Gerald. He had loved him, and yet he felt chiefly disgust at the inert body lying there. It was so inert, so coldly dead, a carcass. Birkin's bowels seemed to turn to ice. He had to stand and look at the frozen dead body that had been Gerald. It was the frozen carcass of a dead male. Birkin remembered a rabbit which he had once found frozen like a board on the snow. It had been rigid like a dried board when he picked it up. And now this was Gerald, stiff as a board, curled up as if for sleep, yet with the horrible hardness somehow evident. It filled him with horror. The room must be made warm, the body must be thawed, the limbs would break like glass or like wood if they had to be straightened. He reached and touched the dead face, and the sharp, heavy bruise of ice bruised his living bowels. He wondered if he himself were freezing too, freezing from the inside. In the short blonde moustache, the life-breath was frozen into a block of ice beneath the silent nostrils. And this was Gerald. Again he touched the sharp, almost glittering fair hair of the frozen body. It was icy cold, hair icy cold, almost venomous. Birkin's heart began to freeze. He had loved Gerald. Now he looked at the shapely, strange-coloured face, with the small, fine, pinched nose and the manly cheeks, saw it frozen like an ice pebble. Yet he had loved it. What was one to think or feel? His brain was beginning to freeze, his blood was turning to ice water. So cold, so cold, a heavy, bruising cold, pressing on his arms from outside, and a heavier cold congealing within him, in his heart and in his bowels. He went over to the snow slopes to see where the death had been. At last he came to the great shallow among the precipices and slopes near the summit of the pass. It was a grey day, the third day of greyness and stillness. All was white, icy, pallid, save for the scoring of black rocks that jutted like roots sometimes, and sometimes were in naked faces. In the distance a slope sheered down from a peak with many black rock slides. It was like a shallow pot lying among the stone and snow of the upper world. In this pot Gerald had gone to sleep. At the far end the guides had driven iron stakes deep into the snow wall, so that, by means of the great rope attached, they could haul themselves up the massive snow front, out onto the jagged summit of the pass, naked to heaven, where the Marienhütte hid among the naked rocks. Round about, Spiked, slashed snow peaks pricked the heaven. Gerald might have found this rope. He might have hauled himself up to the crest. He might have heard the dogs in the Marienhütte and found shelter. He might have gone on down the steep, steep fall of the south side, down into the dark valley with its pines, on to the great imperial road leading south to Italy. He might. And what then? The imperial road, the south, Italy. What then? Was it a way out? It was only a way in again. Birkin stood high in the painful air, looking at the peaks and the way south. Was it any good going south to Italy, down the old, old imperial road? He turned away. Either the heart would break, or cease to care. Best cease to care. Whatever the mystery which has brought forth man and the universe, it is a non-human mystery. It has its own great ends. Man is not the criterion. Best leave it all to the vast creative non-human mystery. Best strive with oneself only, not with the universe. God cannot do without man. It was a saying of some great French religious teacher. But surely this is false. God can do without man. God could do without the ichthyosauri and the mastodon. These monsters failed creatively to develop, so God, the creative mystery, dispensed with them. In the same way, the mystery could dispense with man, should he too fail creatively to change and develop. The eternal creative mystery could dispose of man, and replace him with a finer created being, just as the horse has taken the place of the mastodon. It was very consoling to Birkin to think this. If humanity ran into a cul-de-sac and expended itself, the timeless creative mystery would bring forth some other being, finer, more wonderful, some new, more lovely race, to carry on the embodiment of creation. The game was never up. The mystery of creation was fathomless, infallible, inexhaustible, for ever. Races came and went, species passed away, but ever new species arose, more lovely, or equally lovely, always surpassing wonder. The fountain-head was incorruptible and unsearchable. It had no limits. It could bring forth miracles, create utter new races and new species in its own hour, new forms of consciousness, new forms of body, new units of being. To be man was as nothing compared to the possibilities of the creative mystery. To have one's pulse beating direct from the mystery, this was perfection, unutterable satisfaction. Human or inhuman mattered nothing. The perfect pulse throbbed with indescribable being, miraculous unborn species. Birkin went home again to Gerald. He went into the room and sat down on the bed. Dead, dead, and cold. Imperial Caesar, dead and turned to clay, would stop a hole to keep the wind away. There was no response from that which had been Gerald. Strange, congealed, icy substance. No more. No more. Terribly weary, Birkin went away about the day's business. He did it all quietly, without bother. To rant, to rave, to be tragic, to make situations, it was all too late. Best be quiet, and bear one's soul in patience and in fullness. But when he went in again at evening to look at Gerald between the candles, because of his heart's hunger, suddenly his heart contracted. His own candle all but fell from his hand, as with a strange whimpering cry the tears broke out. He sat down in a chair, shaken by a sudden access. Ursula, who had followed him, recoiled aghast from him, as he sat with sunken head and body convulsively shaken, making a strange, horrible sound of tears. "I didn't want it to be like this. I didn't want it to be like this," he cried to himself. Ursula could but think of the Kaiser's "Ich hab es nicht gewollt." She looked almost with horror on Birkin. Suddenly he was silent, but he sat with his head dropped to hide his face. Then furtively he wiped his face with his fingers. Then suddenly he lifted his head and looked straight at Ursula with dark, almost vengeful eyes. "He should have loved me," he said. "I offered him." She, afraid, white, with mute lips, answered, "What difference would it have made?" "It would," he said, "it would." He forgot her, and turned to look at Gerald. With head oddly lifted, like a man who draws his head back from an insult, half haughtily, he watched the cold, mute, material face. It had a bluish cast. It sent a shaft like ice through the heart of the living man. Cold, mute, material. Birkin remembered how once Gerald had clutched his hand, with a warm, momentaneous grip of final love, for 1 second. Then let go again, let go for ever. If he had kept true to that clasp, death would not have mattered. Those who die, and dying still can love, still believe, do not die. They live still, in the beloved. Gerald might still have been living in the spirit with Birkin, even after death. He might have lived with his friend a further life. But now he was dead, like clay, like bluish, corruptible ice. Birkin looked at the pale fingers, the inert mass. He remembered a dead stallion he had seen, a dead mass of maleness, repugnant. He remembered also the beautiful face of one whom he had loved, and who had died still having the faith to yield to the mystery. That dead face was beautiful. No one could call it cold, mute, material. No one could remember it without gaining faith in the mystery, without the soul's warming with new, deep life-trust. And Gerald, the denier, he left the heart cold, frozen, hardly able to beat. Gerald's father had looked wistful, to break the heart. But not this last terrible look of cold, mute matter. Birkin watched and watched. Ursula stood aside, watching the living man stare at the frozen face of the dead man. Both faces were unmoved and unmoving. The candle flames flickered in the frozen air, in the intense silence. "Haven't you seen enough?" she said. He got up. "It's a bitter thing to me," he said. "What? That he's dead?" she said. His eyes just met hers. He did not answer. "You've got me," she said. He smiled and kissed her. "If I die," he said, "you'll know I haven't left you." "And me?" she cried. "And you won't have left me," he said. "We shan't have any need to despair in death." She took hold of his hand. "But need you despair over Gerald?" she said. "Yes," he answered. They went away. Gerald was taken to England to be buried. Birkin and Ursula accompanied the body, along with one of Gerald's brothers. It was the Crich brothers and sisters who insisted on the burial in England. Birkin wanted to leave the dead man in the Alps, near the snow, but the family was strident, loudly insistent. Gudrun went to Dresden. She wrote no particulars of herself. Ursula stayed at the mill with Birkin for a week or two. They were both very quiet. "Did you need Gerald?" she asked one evening. "Yes," he said. "Aren't I enough for you?" she asked. "No," he said. "You are enough for me as far as a woman is concerned. You are all women to me. But I wanted a man friend as eternal as you and I are eternal." "Why aren't I enough?" she said. "You are enough for me. I don't want anybody else but you. Why isn't it the same with you?" "Having you, I can live all my life without anybody else, any other sheer intimacy. But to make it complete, really happy, I wanted eternal union with a man too. Another kind of love," he said. "I don't believe it," she said. "It's an obstinacy, a theory, a perversity." "Well," he said, "you can't have two kinds of love. Why should you?" "It seems as if I can't," he said. "Yet I wanted it." "You can't have it, because it's false, impossible," she said. "I don't believe that," he answered.